Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep before we dive into a world of calm and serenity. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The scorching Egyptian sun mercilessly punished the team of archaeologists working in the recently discovered secret chamber of Tutankhamun's tomb. Dr. Helena Santos, a 35-year-old Brazilian leader of the expedition, wiped sweat from her forehead as she carefully examined the hieroglyphic inscriptions covering the walls of the narrow corridor. His brown eyes, protected by delicately framed glasses, looked over each symbol with the dedication of someone deciphering a precious puzzle. Dr. Helena, we found something. The excited voice of James Mitchell, his 28-year-old British assistant, echoed down the hall. Helena quickly made her way to where he was, followed by Ahmed Karim, the 45-year-old Egyptian Egyptologist who served as the expedition's local consultant. The group gathered around a small opening in the wall, revealed after carefully removing some stone blocks. The light from the lanterns illuminated a chamber that had remained sealed for more than 3,000 years. The old, heavy air carried a peculiar odor of spices and resins, mixed with the dust of centuries. Amazing, muttered Sarah Chen, the 31-year-old conservation expert. Adjusting her protective mask, the chamber appears virtually untouched. Michael O'Connor, the 40-year-old Irish photographer, was already starting to prepare his equipment, eager to document every detail of this extraordinary discovery. Her nimble fingers adjusted the camera settings, while her green eyes sparkled with excitement. As they entered the chamber, Helena could not contain the feeling that something was different from all the other excavations I had ever participated in. The air felt thicker, almost palpable, and an inexplicable shiver ran down his spine as his gaze fell on an elaborate sarcophagus in the center of the room. Look at this. Ahmed drew the group's attention to a series of hieroglyphics carved into a column near the sarcophagus. His normally serene face showed an expression of concern. This inscription is a warning. Helena approached to examine the symbols. Her years of study allowed her to understand enough to feel a weight in her stomach. It's a curse, she translated, her voice barely above a whisper. Those who disturb the Guardian's eternal sleep will face the memories of the past in their own souls. James laughed nervously. You guys don't really believe in that stuff, do you? Sarah shrugged, but her expression revealed some discomfort. I've seen enough strange things in this job to not rule anything out completely. Michael continued to photograph methodically, but his countenance had changed. You know, my Irish grandmother always said that there are more mysteries between heaven and earth than we can imagine. As they discussed, Helena noticed something even more intriguing. A small golden amulet next to the sarcophagus. When he approached to examine it, a strange feeling took over his body. It was as if the air around him had become electrically charged. Don't touch it, Ahmed shouted. But it was too late. Helena's fingers had already brushed the surface of the amulet. A low hum filled the chamber, and for a moment, everyone swore They saw the shadows on the walls move unnaturally. The air became even heavier, and each member of the team felt a sudden lethargy take over their bodies. I think, I think we need to take a break, Helena murmured, feeling suddenly dizzy. The others nodded, all experiencing similar sensations of disorientation. That night, in the camp set up near the excavation site, no one could sleep well. Helena tossed and turned in her sleeping bag, haunted by fragmented images of an ancient Egypt she had never known. In his moments of semi-consciousness, he could have sworn he heard voices speaking in a long-forgotten language. James woke up with a start several times, in a cold sweat, with the vivid sensation of having walked through the corridors of a palace that had existed thousands of years ago. Sarah reported dreaming about an embalming ceremony, with details so precise they scared her. Michael found himself photographing not ruins, but a temple in all its original splendor. Ahmed, who knew the ancient stories better than anyone, remained awake, watching the desert stars and murmuring ancient prayers for protection. He knew, deep in his soul, that they had awakened something that should have remained dormant. The bus next morning, when the group met for breakfast, dark circles and tiredness were visible on their faces. No one needed to say it out loud. Everyone knew something extraordinary was happening. We need to find out more about this amulet, Helena declared, her voice carrying a determination that masked her own fear, and about the guardian mentioned in the inscription. I agree, Ahmed nodded, leafing through an ancient text he always carried with him. There are references to a special guardian, someone who protected not just material treasures, but much deeper secrets. Sarah absent-mindedly stirred her coffee. The dreams, they feel so real, like they're memories, not just dreams. Memories of lives that aren't ours, James added, his usual joviality replaced by an unusual seriousness. Michael looked through the photos he had taken the day before on his digital camera. Look at this, called the others. On the small screen, the camera's images looked different from the ones he remembered taking. Shadows formed strange patterns, and in some photos, there appeared to be human silhouettes where there was definitely no one at the time of recording. Helena knew that they were facing something that went far beyond a simple archaeological discovery, something that defied the logic and science on which she had always based her work. As he watched his team, he could feel that each of them was now connected by something deeper than their professional mission. The sun was rising above the horizon, promising another scorching day in the Egyptian desert. But for this group of archaeologists, the real heat came from within, from the burning of ancient memories that were beginning to awaken in their minds, and from the fear of what was yet to come. During breakfast, Helena organized the team to return to the chamber. Despite the tiredness evident on everyone's faces, there was a silent urgency that compelled them to continue. As they walked down the hallway that led to the newly discovered chamber, each step felt heavier than the last. The inscriptions we translated yesterday, Ahmed began, his voice echoing softly off the ancient walls, mention a specific ritual related to the guardian, something about a cycle that needs to be completed. Sarah adjusted her protective mask, trying to ignore the lingering images from her dream. In my dreams, I saw people performing a ritual. They wore an amulet similar to the one we found. Lantern light danced across the walls as the group advanced. Michael continued photographing, although now more cautiously, aware of the anomalies he had discovered in his previous photos. James walked next to Helena, his usual sarcasm replaced by a contemplative seriousness. When they arrived at the camera, Helena noticed that the environment looked different. These were not physical changes, but something more subtle, as if the air itself had changed texture. The golden amulet still rested where they had left it, glowing almost unearthly in the artificial light. "We need to document everything methodically," Helena instructed, trying to maintain scientific objectivity. "James, begin mapping the exact location of each artifact. Sarah, analyze the state of preservation of the objects. Michael, photograph every detail of the inscriptions." As they worked, Ahmed focused on the hieroglyphics surrounding the sarcophagus. His experienced eyes scanned the ancient inscriptions with growing concern. "There's more here than we imagined," he murmured. The Guardian was not just a protector of material treasures. He guarded knowledge, secrets that should not be revealed. Helena approached him, feeling a sudden dizziness as she passed near. "The amulet? What kind of secrets?" According to these inscriptions, the Guardian was a priest who discovered something about the nature of existence itself. Knowledge so powerful that the gods themselves determined it should remain hidden. James, who was nearby cataloging some canopic vases, felt a wave of vertigo. "Are you feeling this? It's like..." Before he could complete the sentence, an inexplicable gust of wind passed through the chamber, extinguishing some of the lanterns. In the moment of partial darkness, everyone swore they saw shadows moving on the walls, forming silhouettes of figures in ancient robes. Sarah let out a small scream as her flashlight revealed a hieroglyph that she was sure hadn't been there seconds before. "Look," he pointed with a shaking hand. "This inscription, it's different." Michael quickly photographed the indicated area. On his digital camera, the image showed not only the hieroglyphics, but also a strange glow that seemed to emanate from them. Helena felt her head spin, and images began to flash in her mind. A temple lit by torches, priests in ceremony, the amulet being used in a complex ritual. The visions were so vivid that she had to lean on the wall to keep from falling. "We are not the first to awaken this," Ahmed said, his voice thick with sudden understanding. "There were others before us. The cycle, it repeats itself." James consulted his notes frantically. "I found references to other expeditions. All of them simply disappeared from historical records." The air in the chamber became increasingly thick, and each member of the team began to experience intense flashbacks. Sarah found herself preparing bodies for mummification, her fingers moving instinctively in ritual gestures. Michael saw through ancient eyes, documenting sacred ceremonies with instruments that no longer existed. "We need to understand what the Guardian protected," Helena declared, fighting disorientation. "It's no coincidence that each of us is having specific visions. There is a pattern," Ahmed agreed, quickly leafing through his notebook. "In ancient scriptures, there are mentions of a group of priests who managed to pass through the veil between the worlds. They discovered something that would change human understanding of life and death. The sun was beginning to set outside, casting long shadows through the tomb's small ventilation openings. The team decided to call it a day, but everyone knew they would find no real rest. Back at camp, they gathered around a small campfire, sharing the day's experiences. Each had noticed subtle changes in themselves, knowledge they hadn't possessed before, skills that seemed to have been acquired in dreams. It's like we're becoming other people, Sarah observed, her voice shaking slightly. Or maybe remembering who we once were. Michael reviewed his photos, noticing that the anomalies increased with each new set of images. Photographs are capturing more than what we can see with the naked eye. It's as if two realities are overlapping. Helena watched the dark horizon of the desert, feeling the weight of thousands of years of history on her shoulders. She knew they had passed the point of no return. The only way to move on was forward, delving deeper into the mysteries that had awakened. Tomorrow, she announced, we need to focus on the amulet. It seems to be the key to all of this, if we can understand its function in the ritual mentioned in the inscriptions. What if we don't make it? James asked, vocalizing the fear they all shared. Then, Ahmed replied darkly, we can join those other expeditions that have disappeared into historical records. The silence that followed was filled only by the crackling fire and the desert wind, which seemed to carry echoes of ancient voices, whispering long-forgotten secrets. The night progressed as the team tried to rest, but the dreams continued to become more vivid and disturbing. Helena woke up with a start, her hands shaking as she recalled the vision of an ancient ritual where she, or someone she felt was herself, manipulated the same amulet they had found. Unable to go back to sleep, she left her tent and found Ahmed already awake, studying his texts by the light of a flashlight. Their eyes met in silent understanding. They both knew time was running out. The visions are getting stronger, Ahmed commented, showing Helena an ancient papyrus. I found references to a lunar cycle that aligns with our dreams. The next full moon is in 3 days. The sun was beginning to rise when the other team members emerged from their tents. Sarah looked particularly shaken, her eyes revealing a restless night. I saw something different this time, she said, joining Helena and Ahmed. I saw the moment the guardian was sealed. He wasn't dead. He chose to be buried alive. James approached with a cup of coffee in his hands, his normally jovial face etched with concern. I also had clearer visions. The amulet. It's not just a sacred object. It's a key. Michael arrived last, carrying his camera. You need to see this, he said, showing the photos he had taken during the night. In the images, mysterious orbs of light hovered over the camp, forming patterns that resembled ancient Egyptian constellations. The team returned to the chamber with a new urgency. The air seemed heavier than ever, and the writing on the walls seemed to pulse with an energy of their own. Helena went directly to the amulet, feeling an increasingly stronger connection with the object. We need to recreate the ritual, she declared, surprising herself with the certainty in her voice. In my visions, I saw how it was performed. The amulet needs to be activated in a specific sequence. Sarah began to instinctively organize the ritual objects she found around the chamber, as if her hands were guided by an ancient memory. Here, she indicated, positioning canopic vases at specific points. They form a pattern, a circle of protection. James feverishly consulted his notes, but realized he was translating hieroglyphics that he had previously been unable to understand. The keeper, he murmured. He wasn't protecting a secret. He was the secret. Ahmed moved about the chamber, reciting ancient prayers in ancient Egyptian that flowed naturally from his lips. The veil between the worlds, he explained, is not just a metaphor. The Guardian has discovered how to pass through it, how to exist on multiple planes simultaneously. Michael continued photographing, his images capturing more and more anomalies. In some photos, the camera appeared as it was in the present. In others, it appeared restored to its former glory, with vibrant colors and intact objects. Helena held the amulet, feeling it vibrate in her hands. The visions now came in constant waves. She saw the Guardian performing forbidden experiments, discovering secrets that challenged the very nature of reality. He saw how he had chosen to seal himself in the tomb, not to die, but to continue his explorations on another plane of existence. The ritual, she said, her voice changing subtly, mixing with tones from the distant past, is not to break the curse. It is to complete it. The Guardian is calling us, has chosen us. Sarah felt the energy in the chamber increase, the canopic vessels beginning to emit a soft glow. Each of us are reliving specific roles. It's not just random memories. James noticed that his hands moved automatically, drawing symbols in the air that left luminous trails. We're part of something bigger, he murmured, something that transcends time. The light in the chamber began to change, creating complex patterns that moved across the walls. The air became electrically charged, and each team member felt a deep connection with the others, as if their consciousnesses were intertwining. The Guardian, Ahmed explained, his voice blending ancient and modern knowledge, discovered that human consciousness is not limited to a single time or space. He found a way to transcend these barriers, but he needed others to complete his discovery. Helena positioned the amulet in the center of the circle, formed by the canopic vases. Her hands moved with ritual precision, guided by memories that were not hers, but were now part of her. We're not breaking a curse, she declared. We are awakening knowledge that has been preserved through the centuries, waiting for the right moment, waiting for us. The sun reached its peak in the sky, and through the ancient ventilation openings, a beam of light struck the amulet, creating a spectacle of golden reflections that danced across the camera. Each team member felt a profound shift within them, as if old mental barriers were dissolving. The visions now flowed freely, no longer like dreams or separate memories, but as a continuous stream of knowledge that connected past and present. The Guardian had created a portal through time, and they were about to pass through it. The moment the amulet was activated by sunlight, a wave of energy coursed through the chamber, causing the writings on the walls to appear to take on a life of their own. Helena felt her entire body vibrate in resonance with the artifact as the visions became increasingly clear and continuous. It's happening, Sarah whispered, her eyes fixed on the hieroglyphics that now seemed to emit a light of their own. The barriers are dissolving. The air inside the chamber became dense and charged with static electricity. Michael continued photographing frantically, his camera capturing surprising images of temporal overlaps. In some frames, the crew appeared in their modern clothes. In others, they wore costumes from ancient Egypt. James, who had approached the central sarcophagus, noticed subtle changes on its surface. The symbols, they are rearranging themselves, he exclaimed, observing how the hieroglyphics seemed to flow and reassemble themselves into new sequences. Ahmed, now fully immersed in his ancestral role, began reciting incantations in ancient Egyptian with a fluency that went beyond his academic knowledge. His words seemed to weave an invisible pattern in the air, connecting each member of the team in a web of ancient energy. Helena held the amulet firmly, feeling it pulsate like a living heart between her hands. Through her eyes, reality began to waver. One moment, she was in the dusty chamber of the present. The next, she saw the same space in its original splendor, filled with vibrant colors and intact, sacred objects. The Guardian, she spoke, her voice blending different temporalities, wasn't just preserving knowledge. He was creating a bridge across time. Sarah instinctively moved to one of the corners of the chamber, where she began to perform ritual gestures that seemed to spring from a deeply buried memory. His every movement created ripples in the air, as if reality itself was responding to his touch. Canopic vessels, she explained, as her hands danced in the air, do not just contain physical organs. They preserve aspects of the Guardian's consciousness, fragments of their essence, distributed through time. Michael lowered his camera for a moment, his eyes wide at the unfolding spectacle. It's as if we are seeing through multiple layers of time simultaneously, he observed, noting how the images on his digital screen showed different versions of the same reality superimposed. James began to decipher the new inscriptions that appeared on the sarcophagus. The Guardian knew this moment would come, he translated, his words coming out naturally in a mix of modern English and ancient Egyptian. He prepared all this, chose us through the centuries. The energy in the chamber continued to increase, creating a vortex of light and shadows that slowly swirled around the group. Each team member felt their consciousness expanding, accessing memories and knowledge that transcended their current lives. The portal is opening, Ahmed announced, his voice carrying the weight of thousands of years. The Guardian isn't just showing us the past, he's offering us something more. Helena felt the amulet heat up in her hands, its golden surface now glowing with an almost unbearable intensity. The visions in his mind became clearer, revealing the Guardian's true purpose. He had discovered that human consciousness could exist simultaneously at multiple points in time, and developed a method to access this transcendental state of existence. We're not just archaeologists studying the past, Helena realized, her words echoing with a new certainty. We are part of an experiment that spans time, a group chosen to continue the Guardian's work. Sarah, still performing the ritual movements, realized that her every gesture was creating invisible connections between the team members. We are becoming anchors, she explained, connection points between different moments in time. The air in the chamber became even denser, and objects began to emit a low, constant humming sound. James noticed that his own hands had begun to glow with a soft light, as if his life energy was becoming visible. The Guardian is not dead, Michael declared, capturing extraordinary images of the phenomenon. He has transformed into something beyond the normal understanding of life and death. Ahmed, who now seemed to move between different states of consciousness with ease, began to explain. The ritual is not just to awaken ancient knowledge, it is an initiation, a transformation. Helena felt the crucial moment approaching. The amulet in his hands pulsed stronger and stronger, synchronized with the heartbeats of everyone in the chamber. The visions were no longer fragmented. They now flowed like a constant river of consciousness, connecting past and present in a continuous tapestry of experience. The Guardian offers us a choice, she announced, her voice reverberating with an ancient power. We can continue as we are, or we can transcend, become part of something bigger than ourselves. Sunlight, still pouring in through the ancient openings, began to create complex patterns on the floor of the chamber, forming symbols that seemed to move and pulse with a life of their own. Each team member felt themselves being pulled into a state of expanded consciousness where the barriers between past and present, between individual and collective, began to dissolve. The moment of truth was approaching, and with it, a decision that would change not only their lives, but their own understanding of reality. The Guardian had waited millennia for this moment, and now, finally, his plan was about to be completed. The air in the chamber reached an almost unbearable saturation point as the ritual reached its climax. Helena held the amulet tightly in her hands, feeling it pulse with an ancient energy that seemed to flow through her own body. The visions were now continuous, an unbroken stream of memories and knowledge that spanned millennia. Sarah continued her ritual movements, each gesture creating visible ripples in the fabric of reality. The canopic vessels emitted a pulsating glow, synchronized with the heartbeats of everyone in the chamber. James watched in amazement as new inscriptions continued to form on the walls, telling a story that transcended linear time. The Guardian, Ahmed spoke, his voice carrying the wisdom of ages past, was not just preserving knowledge for the future. He was creating a path for the evolution of human consciousness. Michael, still photographing, realized that his images now captured more than simple temporal overlays. They showed a complex interweaving of different realities, all existing simultaneously in the same space. It's like time is an illusion, he murmured, looking at his photos. Everything is happening at the same time, always has and always will. Helena felt a profound change occurring within her. The Guardian's memories were no longer just visions. They integrated into his own consciousness, expanding his understanding beyond the normal limits of human perception. Through her now transformed eyes, she could see the layers of time unfolding like pages of an infinite book. The Guardian knew this moment would come, she said, her voice resonating with an ancient certainty. He has prepared us through the centuries, planting seeds of knowledge in our souls that are only now beginning to blossom. The energy in the chamber continued to grow, creating a vortex of light and shadows that swirled faster and faster around the group. The hieroglyphics on the walls seemed to dance, their shapes transforming into living patterns that told ancient and future stories simultaneously. James, who had approached the central sarcophagus, noticed that its surface had become translucent, revealing not a mummified body, but a core of pure energy that pulsed with life. The Guardian, he realized, has transcended physical form completely. Sarah felt her body vibrate in resonance with the ritual movements she performed. We are becoming like him, she realized, her voice shaking with the magnitude of the revelation. Not just observers of the weather, but part of it. The amulet in Helena's hands began to glow with blinding intensity, its golden light filling every corner of the chamber. Each member of the team felt a deep connection form between them, their consciousness merging into a single greater entity that transcended individual limitations. The Guardian was not alone, Ahmed revealed, translating the latest inscriptions that appeared. He was part of an ancient lineage of beings who discovered the secrets of multidimensional existence. Now, it is our turn to join them. Michael lowered his camera, realizing he no longer needed instruments to document what was happening. His own consciousness was becoming a living record of every moment in time. The transformation reached its peak when the last ray of sunlight penetrated the chamber, creating a prism of light that refracted through the amulet. At that moment, the final barriers between past, present, and future completely dissolved. The team felt their consciousness expand to encompass not only their current lives, but all the lives they had ever lived and would live. We are the Guardians now, Helena declared, her voice echoing across the dimensions of time, not just of ancient secrets, but of the fabric of reality itself. The knowledge of the original Guardian flowed freely through them, revealing truths that transcended common human understanding. They understood that reality was not linear, but an infinite tapestry of intertwining possibilities, and that human consciousness had the potential to navigate freely through these currents of time. As the transformation was complete, each team member felt a deep peace settle. They were no longer just modern archaeologists or ancient Egyptian souls. They were something more, something that transcended these limited definitions. Sarah completed the last movements of the ritual, sealing the circle of energy they had created. What do we do now? She asked, her voice carrying echoes of multiple lifetimes. We continue the work, Helena replied, holding the amulet that was now an integral part of her being. There are others like us, scattered through time, waiting to awaken. The Guardian has shown us the way. Now it is our turn to guide those who follow. The chamber, which once seemed just a site of archaeological discoveries, had transformed into a nexus of infinite possibilities. The walls, no longer confined, but served as portals to other dimensions of reality. The curse, James smiled, finally understanding, was actually a blessing, an invitation to transcend the limits of human existence. Ahmed nodded, his consciousness now flowing freely between different eras. The real treasure was never the artifacts or the inscriptions, he said. It was the potential for transformation that each of us carried within ourselves. Michael, looking at the last few photos on his camera before putting it away, smiled, as he saw that the images now showed not only the past and present, but infinite possibilities for the future. The sun was beginning to set over the horizon of the Egyptian desert, but for the transformed team, this was just another moment in an eternity of moments. They had become part of something larger, guardians of knowledge that transcended time and space. Helena looked at her companions, now united by something much deeper than professional ties or even friendship. Our journey has just begun, she said, her voice carrying the promise of endless discoveries to come. And so, in the heart of ancient Egypt, a new breed of guardians emerged, ready to explore the mysteries of time and consciousness, preserving and expanding knowledge that had waited millennia to be rediscovered. The sea breeze whipped Sarah Mackenzie's face as she carefully walked over the famous hexagonal formations of the Giant's Causeway. The gray sky over Northern Ireland felt heavier that morning, as if it held secrets she was about to discover. As a geologist at the Dublin Institute for Advanced Study, Sarah had visited this site dozens of times, but something was different today. At age 35, his academic reputation was impeccable. A specialist in ancient volcanic formations, she had dedicated the last 5 years studying the peculiarities of this coast. Her brown hair, always tied up in a messy bun, danced in the wind as she bent down to take a closer look at one of the basalt columns. "Dr. Mackenzie, we found something interesting here," shouted Sean O'Connor, her research assistant, waving frantically from a lower area of the formation. Sean was a 25-year-old, recent graduate with an infectious enthusiasm for geology that often made Sarah smile. As she approached the location indicated by Sean, Sarah felt a sudden dizziness. The world around him began to spin, and for a brief moment he swore he saw the stones glow with a bluish hue. He shook his head, attributing the feeling to tiredness from the last few weeks of intense work. "What did you find?" he asked, regaining his balance and approaching Sean, who was crouched on one of the hexagonal columns. "Look at these markings, Dr. Mackenzie. They don't look like anything we've seen before," he replied, pointing to small symbols etched into the rock, barely noticeable to the naked eye. Sarah knelt beside him, taking a small magnifying glass from her equipment. The symbols were unlike anything he had ever seen in his years of research. They were not the typical erosion marks or natural fractures in the rock. They seemed deliberate. "That's impossible," she muttered, more to herself than to Sean. "These formations are around 60 million years old. Any markings made by humans?" His voice was interrupted by another wave of dizziness, stronger than the last. This time, when he opened his eyes, the world around him had changed. The gray sky had given way to a spectacle of vibrant colors, and the stones beneath her feet pulsed with a light of their own. For a moment, he saw humanoid figures moving between the columns, their translucent forms leaving trails of light in the air. "Dr. Mackenzie, is everything okay?" Sean's worried voice brought her back to reality. Yes, just a moment of dizziness," she replied, trying to maintain her composure. But he knew he had experienced something more than just dizziness. That night, in her small temporary apartment in Bushmills, Sarah couldn't sleep. Images of luminous figures danced in her mind, and mysterious symbols seemed to call to her. On his work desk, dozens of photos of the markings were spread out, along with notes and sketches. The phone rang, startling her. It was Dr. James Morrison, his mentor and director of the Institute. "Sarah, we need to talk about your latest reports." His voice sounded strained. "Some council members are concerned about your recent theories." "James, I know this may seem absurd, but there is something more here. Something we cannot explain with our current understanding of geology," she replied, running her fingers over one of the photographs. "Be careful, Sarah. Your reputation—" "To hell with my reputation," she interrupted, surprising herself with the vehemence of her response. "Sorry, James, but this is bigger than academic careers. Something's going on here, and I need to find out what it is." After hanging up the phone, Sarah turned her attention to her notes. As he studied the symbols, he began to notice patterns. They weren't just random markings. There was a sequence, an underlying logic that escaped his understanding. Distant thunder made her look out the window. A storm was approaching the coast, but there was something strange about the cloud pattern. They seemed to move unnaturally, converging on the Giant's Causeway. Her phone buzzed with a message from Sean. "Dr. Mackenzie, you need to check this out. Instruments are recording abnormal seismic activity in the area." Sarah grabbed her jacket and gear, knowing she couldn't ignore the signs. As he drove along the coastal road toward the Giant's Causeway, the words of an old professor echoed in his mind. "Sometimes the greatest scientific discovery comes from being willing to question everything we think we know." The rain was starting to fall when she parked her car. Sean was already there, protected by a raincoat, his instruments picking up incomprehensible readings. "The seismic patterns? I've never seen anything like it," he shouted over the noise of wind and waves. Sarah looked up at the ancient basalt columns, now shining in the rain like silent sentinels of an ancient secret. He was absolutely certain that he was on the verge of a discovery that would change not only his understanding of geology, but possibly the history of humanity itself. "Sean," she called, her voice steady despite the intensifying storm. "I think these rocks aren't just volcanic formations. They're a message, and someone or something is trying to make us understand." A flash of lightning lit up the sky, and for an instant, Sarah saw the luminous figures again, this time more clearly. These were not hallucinations or tricks of light. They were memories imprinted in the rock itself, echoes of a past that refused to stay buried. The storm was growing, but Sarah and Sean remained there, on the threshold of a discovery that promised to challenge everything modern science believed it knew about the history of Earth and humanity. And as the night wore on, the ancient stones of the Giant's Causeway began to reveal their secrets, one by one, to those who dared to listen to their story. The storm continued to lash the coast as Sarah and Sean took shelter in a small cave nearby. The measuring instruments continued to give erratic readings, and the bluish glow of the rock formations grew more intense by the minute. "Dr. Mackenzie, look at this." Sean pointed to his tablet, where seismic graphs danced in never-before-seen patterns. "It's like the rocks are pulsing." Sarah approached the monitor, her sharp eyes catching something familiar in the patterns. "Sean, do you realize? These seismic spikes, they follow the same sequence as the symbols we find on the rocks." At that moment, Another flash of vertigo hit her, stronger than the previous ones. The world around her faded away, and she found herself transported to an impossible time. The landscape was the same, but different. The sky glowed in shades of green and purple, and the hexagonal columns emanated their own pulsating light. Tall, slender figures moved among the rock formations, their translucent hands touching the stones reverently. Sarah watched, transfixed, as they carved the symbols into the rocks using instruments that seemed to be made of pure light. Their coordinates, she murmured, as she came back to reality, finding Sean holding her arm with concern. The symbols, the vibrations, it's all part of an alert system. Ignoring the rain, Sarah ran back to the rock formations, her heart pounding. With trembling fingers, he began to trace the patterns of symbols in his now soaked notebook. "We need more data," she shouted at Sean. "Photograph all the symbols you can find. We need to map this out before." A sudden tremor shook the ground, causing them to stagger. The sea waves shook violently, hitting the rocks with increased force. "Dr. Mackenzie," Sean shouted, pointing to the horizon. A series of underwater lights pulsed in the depths of the ocean, following the same rhythmic pattern as the symbols on the rocks. Sarah felt her cell phone vibrate. It was an urgent message from the Institute. Reports of abnormal seismic activity were emerging at specific points along the Irish coast, all connected by an invisible line running through the Giant's Causeway. "It's no coincidence," she muttered, her hands shaking as she entered coordinates into her GPS. The ancients, they knew this would happen. They left warnings. Sean approached, protecting his gear from the rain. What kind of civilization could have had this kind of knowledge millions of years ago? "One that knew we'd need it now," Sarah replied, her mind working frantically to connect the puzzle pieces. As they worked through the night, more visions began to assault Sarah. Each touch of the stones brought flashes of memories that were not his own. Ancient knowledge pouring into his consciousness like water from a broken dam. "It's a cycle," she suddenly realized. "Something that happens every several tens of millions of years." They predicted it. Predicted everything. Sean looked at her with a mixture of concern and fascination. "Who are they, Dr. Mackenzie?" "I don't know yet," she admitted, "but I think we're about to find out. These formations aren't just rocks. They're part of a technology we can barely understand." A new tremor shook the area, stronger than the previous one. From the ocean, a deep, reverberating sound echoed, like the groan of a primordial creature awakening from an age-old slumber. "We need to alert the authorities," Sean suggested. But Sarah shook her head. "Not yet. Not until we fully understand what we're dealing with. If we warn people now, it could cause unnecessary panic." As the night wore on, Sarah and Sean continued their frantic work, documenting every symbol, every pattern. The rain eased to a fine drizzle, but the blue glow of the rocks remained, pulsing like an ancient heart beating beneath the Earth's surface. On the horizon, the first lights of dawn began to appear, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Sarah looked down at her notes, now covering several pages of her notebook. Patterns were beginning to emerge. Not just warnings, but instructions. "Sean," she called, her voice thick with urgency. "I think I know what we need to do, but it's going to require us to break Pretty much every scientific protocol we know. The young assistant nodded, his expression determined. After what we saw tonight, Dr. Mackenzie, I think traditional scientific protocols no longer apply. Sarah smiled briefly, grateful for her assistant's trust. Together, they began organizing their data, preparing for what came next, whatever that ancient civilization had tried to communicate. It was clear that time was running out to decipher its message. A new day was dawning on the Giant's Causeway, but for Sarah and Sean, it was just the beginning of a journey that promised to challenge everything they believed they knew about Earth's history and humanity's place on it. As the sun rose, Sarah and Sean quickly organized their equipment and data collected during the stormy night. The blue glow of the rocks had dimmed, but it still pulsed subtly, like a distant echo of the night's events. We need to get back to the lab in Dublin, Sarah declared, putting her sodden notebook away in a waterproof folder. There's equipment there that can help us analyze these patterns more accurately. During the car ride, Sarah couldn't stop thinking about the visions, the luminous figures, the symbols. Everything seemed to connect to something much bigger than she had initially imagined. Sean drove in silence, occasionally casting worried glances at his mentor. Arriving at the institute, they found Dr. Morrison waiting for them at the entrance to the laboratory. His face showed a mixture of concern and irritation. Sarah, the council is demanding explanations about the seismic reports, he said, following them inside, and there are calls from other scientific institutions around the world. Similar events are being recorded in different locations. In which locations exactly? Sarah asked, already connecting her tablet to the laboratory's computers. Devil's Causeway in Northern Ireland, Giant's Causeway in Scotland, and similar basalt formations in Iceland, Morrison replied, watching as Sean downloaded photographs of the symbols. Sarah quickly opened a digital map and began marking the points. It's no coincidence, he murmured. They form a pattern, just like the symbols on rocks. Working frantically, Sarah and Sean began processing the data collected overnight. Seismic readings, when superimposed on photographs of the symbols, revealed an undeniable correlation. Dr. Morrison, Sarah called, her voice shaking slightly. Remember that theory about tectonic pressure points I presented last year? The one that was dismissed as too speculative. Morrison nodded, approaching the data screens. Well, it seems those ancients, whoever they were, came to the same conclusion. These locations are not geological accidents. They are specific points where the Earth's energy is concentrated, like acupuncture on a planetary scale, Sean suggested, earning surprised looks from the other two scientists. Exactly, Sarah exclaimed. And the symbols are instructions. Instructions on how to manage this energy to prevent a tremor stronger than the previous ones interrupted his speech, making the laboratory equipment shake. Alerts began to sound on several monitors. Seismic activity is increasing, Sean reported, his fingers flying over the keyboard. And not just here. All the marked points are showing the same pattern of intensification. Sarah closed her eyes for a moment, letting the visions flow. This time, he saw it clearly. Beings of light manipulating enormous crystals buried beneath rock formations, channeling and redirecting energies that threaten to tear the planet apart. We need access to deep penetration equipment, she declared, opening her eyes. There's something buried beneath those formations, something that was left to help us. Morrison shook his head. Sarah, are you suggesting that an ancient civilization left buried technology? That's impossible, she added, just as it is impossible for volcanic rocks to pulse with their own light, or for symbols recorded millions of years ago to exactly match our current seismic data. The Institute director was silent, clearly struggling with his scientific convictions. Look at this, Sean called, projecting a sequence of images onto the main screen. Spectral analysis of formations during pulsation. There are energy patterns that do not match anything in our database. Sarah quickly began translating more symbols, her mind now attuned to the ancient knowledge that flowed through the visions. We have less time than you thought, she murmured. If we don't do something soon, how long? Morrison asked, his initial resistance giving way to the urgency of the situation. From what I understand from the symbols and seismic readings, we have about 72 hours before the tectonic pressure reaches critical levels, Sarah replied, her voice deep. And what happens after that? Sean questioned, although his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Imagining an earthquake on a global scale, Sarah explained. But not an ordinary earthquake. It would be as if all the pressure points on the planet released their energy simultaneously. Morrison took out his phone. I'll call an emergency meeting with the council, and I'll make contact with other scientific institutions. If what you're saying is true, it's true, Sarah interrupted, and we're going to need more than just academic approval. We need immediate access to those specific locations and equipment. While Morrison made his calls, Sarah continued working on the symbols. Each new translation revealed more details about what needed to be done, but also raised more questions about the civilization that had left that legacy. Who were they? Sean asked in a low voice, as if reading her thoughts. And why did they leave us this? Sarah looked at her young assistant, a tired smile on her face. Maybe they knew we would get to this point, that we would develop enough technology to understand their warnings, but not enough to prevent disaster on our own. A new tremor shook the building, stronger than the previous one. On the screens, seismic graphs showed increasingly intense spikes. Whatever the reason, Sarah continued, they gave us the tools to save our planet. Now, it's up to us to use them correctly. The sun was already high in the sky when Morrison returned with news. Teams were being mobilized in all affected locations, and emergency resources were being released. Sarah looked at her data, at the ancient symbols that had waited millions of years to be discovered, and felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Time was running out, and the fate of the planet depended on their ability to decipher and correctly implement the instructions left by a long-vanished civilization. With teams mobilized at all critical points, Sarah coordinated an international video conference with scientists from different institutions. The lab screens displayed tense faces of researchers from Scotland, Iceland, and other affected locations, all reporting similar phenomena in their respective rock formations. The readings are identical at every point, Sarah explained, sharing her data. The symbols show us that we need to time our actions precisely. Any error in the sequence can trigger what we are trying to prevent. While she spoke, Sean was working frantically, on another terminal, processing the latest symbol translations. Dr. Mackenzie, he called, his voice urgent. I found something about the crystals you saw in the visions. Sarah quickly approached her assistant, observing the new discoveries. The symbols revealed details about enormous crystalline structures buried beneath each rock formation, functioning as an interconnected network of tectonic energy regulators. We need specific excavation equipment, she announced to the international group. But we can't use conventional methods. The symbols indicate that any excessive disturbance could destabilize the entire system. Dr. Morrison, who had spent the last few hours liaising with government officials, hurriedly entered the laboratory. Sarah, we have obtained emergency authorization. Military teams are on their way with the equipment we requested. A new tremor, stronger than the previous ones, shook the building. On the screens, scientists from other locations reported similar events occurring simultaneously. Time is running out, Sarah muttered, consulting her data. We have less than 48 hours now. She quickly organized the teams in each location, transmitting specific instructions translated from the ancient symbols. Each location would need to perform a precise sequence of actions to access and activate the regulatory crystals. Remember, she emphasized, these crystals were left as part of a planetary security system. We need to treat them with the same care as their creators. As the teams prepared, Sarah experienced another vision, clearer than the previous ones. This time, he saw how the ancients had installed the crystals, using a technology that seemed to fuse the organic with the mineral. They weren't just more technologically advanced, she realized. They understood the Earth in a way that we are still trying to achieve. Sean, who had become her closest confidant on this extraordinary journey, watched his mentor with concern. The visions are getting more frequent, aren't they? Sarah nodded, massaging her temples. It's as if the closer we get to the critical moment, the stronger the connection becomes with what they left behind. The next few hours were a whirlwind of activity. Specialized excavation teams began work at each site, meticulously following translated instructions. Sarah coordinated the efforts, her mind divided between the present and the flashes of the past that continued to flood her consciousness. First contact at Giant's Causeway, announced one of the Scottish scientists. On the screen, live images showed a huge bluish crystal being carefully exposed. Seal the area, Sarah ordered. No conventional electronic equipment should be too close. The symbols indicate that crystals can react unpredictably with our technology. As more crystals were discovered in other locations, a pattern began to emerge. Each crystal pulsed in sync with the others, creating a network of energy that stretched beneath the Earth's surface. It's incredible, muttered Sean, analyzing the data flowing from all the excavation points. It's as if they created an artificial nervous system for the planet. Sarah nodded, her mind processing yet another vision. They understood that the Earth was not just a rock in space. It is a living, complex system, and sometimes it needs help to maintain its balance. An alarm sounded in the laboratory. Seismic readings were intensifying rapidly. All crystals need to be activated within the next 6 hours, Sarah announced to the teams. If we wait longer than that, the tectonic pressure will be too great to contain. Morrison, who had remained silent watching the events, finally spoke. How are we going to explain this to the world? An ancient civilization leaving behind crystalline technology to prevent geological catastrophes. The truth will have to be enough, Sarah replied, without taking her eyes off the monitors. The world is about to discover that we are not the first intelligent beings to call this planet home, and perhaps this will teach us a little humility. As night fell over Dublin, teams at each location prepared for the most critical phase of the operation. The crystals had been exposed and now needed to be activated in a specific sequence, following the instructions left in the ancient symbols. Sarah felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Millions of years of planning, a message spanning geological eras, all converging to this moment. In her visions, she could feel the presence of the ancients, as if they were watching, waiting to see if their heritage would be understood and used correctly. "We're ready," she announced to all the teams. "Let us begin the activation sequence. May the ancients guide us." The crystal activation sequence began simultaneously at all locations. Sarah watched the monitors closely as each team meticulously followed their instructions. The air in the laboratory was charged with tension. "Crystal, at Giant's Causeway, responding," announced the Scottish team. A pulsating, bluish light emanated from the crystalline structure, creating hypnotic patterns that reflected on the cave walls. One by one, other locations began reporting similar responses. Ancient crystals, dormant for millions of years, were slowly awakening to their original purpose. Sarah felt each activation through her visions, as if she were connected to the crystalline grid itself. "Seismic readings are starting to stabilize," Sean reported, his eyes fixed on the graphs dancing across his screen. "It's incredible. It's as if the crystals are literally absorbing excess tectonic energy." His sentence was interrupted by a violent tremor that shook the entire building. Alarms went off on all monitors simultaneously. "Something is wrong," shouted the Icelandic scientist via video conference. "The crystal here is emitting a different pattern." Sarah closed her eyes, letting the visions flow freely. Through them, he noticed the problem immediately. "The sequence is incorrect," she declared, her voice urgent. "The crystals need to be activated in perfect harmony, like an orchestra. A single instrument out of tune can ruin the entire symphony." Quickly, she began adjusting the activation parameters. Guided by both her scientific understanding and the visions of the ancients, the crystals responded, their light pulses gradually synchronizing. "It's like they're talking to each other," Sean muttered, fascinated by the data flowing into his terminal. A new tremor shook the building, but this time it was different. Instead of the previous violence, it was more like a rhythmic, almost musical vibration. Through cameras at each location, they could see the crystals pulsating in unison, creating a light show that seemed to dance across the ancient rock formations. "It's working," exclaimed Morrison, who had remained silent, watching everything in disbelief. "Seismic readings are normalizing at all points." Sarah, however, knew it wasn't finished yet. The visions showed another crucial step. "We need to establish a standard of maintenance," she explained. "The ancients did not create this system just for a single crisis. It is a permanent solution that will need constant monitoring. Over the next few hours, As the crystals continued their stabilization work, Sarah worked tirelessly with international teams to establish monitoring protocols. Each translated symbol revealed more details about how to keep the system running smoothly. It's an incredible legacy, Sean commented, helping to organize the data. Not only did they save us from immediate disaster, they gave us the tools to prevent future problems. Sarah agreed, feeling a deep gratitude for the ancients. Through the visions, she had shared fragments of their lives, their knowledge, their hopes for Earth's future. They were not just a technologically advanced civilization. They were guardians, protectors of a planet they deeply understood. As the sun rose over the horizon, teams began establishing security perimeters around the exposed crystals. Scientists from around the world were already on their way to study this ancient technology, although Sarah knew it would take generations to truly understand its full potential. What do we do now? Morrison asked as they watched the stabilized data on the monitors. We learned, Sarah replied simply. We learn from those who came before us, not just about technology, but about responsibility, about being guardians, not conquerors. The last visions Sarah experienced were different from the previous ones. These were not memories of the past, but glimpses of future possibilities. He saw humanity growing in understanding and wisdom, learning to work in harmony with the Earth's natural systems, just as the ancients had done. There will be a lot of questions, Sean commented as they organized their preliminary reports. The scientific community, the media, governments, everyone will want explanations, and we will give them the truth, Sarah replied with a tired smile. That we are not alone on our journey, that those who came before us left not just warnings, but hope that one day we can be as wise as they were. In the weeks that followed, as the world tried to process the magnitude of this discovery, Sarah continued her work. Crystals have become the subject of international study, and new protocols have been established for their monitoring and protection. The Giant's Causeway, along with the other sites, was declared a special preservation area. They were no longer just tourist attractions or geological curiosities, but silent witnesses to a history much older and deeper than anyone had imagined. And on the quiet nights, when Sarah returned to those ancient rock formations, she could still feel the presence of the ancient guardians. Their visions had diminished, but they left a permanent understanding, a knowledge that transcended conventional science and touched something much deeper about our connection to this planet we call home. The world had changed forever, but it was a change that carried with it a promise of a wiser, more conscious future. And as the stars shone over the ancient stones of the Giant's Causeway, Sarah knew this was not an end, but only the beginning of a new chapter in human history. In the bustling streets of Agraba, where the intense sun turned the sand into a golden carpet, Aladdin leapt nimbly between the market stalls. His bare feet already knew every stone and every shortcut in the city that was both his home and his playground. With his shaggy black hair and threadbare clothes, he might have looked like just another young beggar to the hurried shopkeepers, but his charismatic smile and sparkling eyes revealed a different soul. Catch thief. The cry echoed through the market as Aladdin, with a loaf of newly acquired bread under his arm, deftly dodged the crowd. Beside him, his faithful companion, Abu, a small brown furred monkey, chirped excitedly, also carrying his share of the booty. It's not stealing to survive, is it, Abu? Aladdin winked at his furry friend as he dodged down a narrow alleyway. The furious vendor lagged behind, shaking his fists in the air. For Aladdin, every day was a new adventure on the streets of Agraba, even if not always for the noblest of reasons. At the same moment, inside the majestic palace that towered over the city like a glittering jewel, Princess Jasmine watched the horizon from her golden balcony. Her long black hair danced in the brief desert breeze, while her pet tiger Raja rested lazily at her feet. The princess sighed, bored with the walls that imprisoned her and the rules that dictated her life. Another suitor today, Raja, she murmured, stroking the tiger's head. Another arrogant prince who only sees a crown, not a person. The animal growled in sympathy. The laws of the kingdom were clear. Jasmine had to marry a prince before her next birthday, which was fast approaching. Meanwhile, in the depths of the palace, Grand Vizier Jafar was plotting in his gloomy office. Tall and slender, with his black and red robes and snake-shaped staff, he was the embodiment of ambition. Next to him, Iago, his sarcastic red parrot, watched as the vizier consulted ancient scrolls. The lamp must be somewhere, Iago, Jafar muttered, his black eyes shining with malice. And when I find it, not even the Sultan can stand in the way of my destiny to rule Agraba. His obsession with the legendary magic lamp grew by the day, as did his plans to usurp the throne. Back on the streets, Aladdin finally reached his refuge, an abandoned building at the top of the city with a privileged view of the palace. Sharing his bread with Abu, he watched the sun set over the golden domes. Look at that, Abu, he said, pointing to the palace. People with so much, while others have so little. The monkey nodded, chewing thoughtfully. One day, friend, things will be different. One day we'll live in a palace, have servants and treasures. His reverie was interrupted by a commotion in the streets below. A new prince was arriving to woo the princess, his extravagant entourage pushing people out of the way. Aladdin watched with disgust at the display of arrogance. The next day, Aladdin was again in the market streets when he saw something that would change his life forever. A little girl was crying after a cruel shopkeeper snatched an apple from her hands. Without thinking twice, Aladdin grabbed an apple from another stall and handed it to the little girl, who smiled gratefully before running off. It was at that moment that he saw her, a young woman of extraordinary beauty, watching the scene with approval. Jasmine had escaped from the palace, disguised in simple clothes, determined to experience life beyond the royal walls. Their gazes met, and something inexplicable passed between them. Before Aladdin could approach, palace guards appeared searching for the missing princess. In the ensuing confusion, a mysterious old man approached Aladdin, whispering about a magical cave in the desert and a treasure that could change his life. Only someone with a pure heart can enter the Cave of Wonders, said the old man, who was actually Jafar in disguise. Someone like you, young man. Aladdin, still thinking about the mysterious market girl and dreaming of a better life, didn't notice the malice in the old man's eyes. He accepted the proposal unaware that he was about to be involved in an adventure far greater than he could have imagined. That night, as the moon illuminated the desert dunes, Aladdin and Abu followed the mysterious old man out of the city. The Cave of Wonders appeared out of the sand like an apparition, the head of an enormous tiger with eyes as bright as rubies. "Remember," warned the old man, "bring me only the lamp. All the rest of the treasure you find will be yours." His words were honey, but they hid poison. Aladdin looked at Abu, who was clinging nervously to his shoulder. "Well, friend, what could possibly go wrong?" He smiled, trying to hide his own apprehension. With a determined step, he crossed the fangs of the cave, descending into the mysterious depths that would change his fate forever. What he didn't know was that that night would mark the beginning of a journey that would test not only his courage, but also his character. Story where he would discover that true riches don't always shine the brightest, and that love can be found in the most unexpected places. Meanwhile, above the city, Princess Jasmine was also thinking about the kind young man she had met in the market, without imagining that their paths were about to cross in ways that neither of them could have foreseen. The darkness of the Cave of Wonders engulfed Aladdin and Abu as they descended a long stone staircase. The young man held a torch that the mysterious old man had given him, its dancing flames casting sinister shadows on the ancient walls. Abu clung tightly to his friend's shoulder, his small eyes wide with apprehension. "Calm down, Abu," whispered Aladdin, trying to sound more confident than he really felt. "Think of all the treasures we can find down here. We'll never have to steal to eat again." As they advanced, the cave opened up into a gigantic chamber that took Aladdin's breath away. Mountains of gold jewels and precious artifacts stretched as far as the eye could see, shining like earthly stars in the light of his torch. Abu immediately jumped off Aladdin's shoulder, mesmerized by an enormous ruby the size of an orange. "Abu, no," Aladdin warned, remembering the old man's warning. "We can only touch the lamp. Remember." The monkey pouted, but reluctantly moved away from the tempting jewel. As they crossed the sea of riches, Aladdin couldn't help thinking about the girl in the market. With all that wealth, perhaps, he could impress her, offer her a life of comfort and luxury. His thoughts were interrupted when something caught his eye, an ornate carpet floating a few centimeters above the ground. "Abu, do you see that?" Aladdin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The carpet, realizing it had been noticed, waved one of its tassels as if greeting the visitors. "It's a flying carpet, a magic carpet." The carpet approached gracefully, making a theatrical bow that drew laughter from Aladdin. Abu, initially frightened, soon found himself fascinated by his new magical companion. The carpet began to make animated gestures, as if it wanted to show them something. "Do you know where the lamp is?" asked Aladdin. The carpet nodded vigorously and began to float towards a distant staircase. "Good. Show me the way, friend." Outside the cave, Jafar maintained his elder disguise, but his patience was beginning to wear thin. "That brat is taking too long," he grumbled to Iago, who was hiding in his robes. "The lamp should be in my hands before dawn." Back inside the cave, Aladdin, Abu, and their new magical friend reached an isolated chamber. In the center, on a high stone pedestal, rested an old, unadorned bronze lamp. Mysterious rays of light converged on it, as if the whole place had been built to protect this simple object. All this way for that old lamp, Aladdin commented, carefully climbing the steps of the pedestal. Abu made a sound of disappointment, clearly more interested in the treasures they had left behind. When Aladdin finally picked up the lamp, a strange sensation ran through his body as if he were holding something alive and pulsating. Before he could examine his discovery further, a high-pitched scream echoed through the chamber. Abu had succumbed to temptation and grabbed a huge red jewel. The ground began to shake violently, and a thunderous voice reverberated throughout the cave. You have perverted the forbidden treasure. Now you will suffer the consequences. Abu, what have you done? Aladdin shouted as the walls began to crumble and bubbling lava gushed out of the ground. The flying carpet quickly glided towards them, offering an escape route. The desperate escape through the collapsing cave was a blur of movement and chaos. The carpet zigzagged between collapsing pillars and jets of lava, while Aladdin clung tightly to the lamp with one hand and Abu with the other. Behind them, a veritable tsunami of treasure and destruction was chasing them. I can see the way out, Aladdin shouted, hopefully spotting moonlight through the cave's fangs. However, a giant rock came crashing down on the carpet, throwing them into a wall. Aladdin managed to cling to a rocky ledge, but was rapidly losing strength. Up above, the old man held out his wrinkled hand. Quickly, young man, give me the lamp, and I'll pull you up. Hang on, Abu, Aladdin shouted, trying to reach the outstretched hand while protecting his furry friend. With a lot of effort, he managed to hand the lamp to the old man, who immediately changed his worried expression to one of evil triumph. Finally, Jafar exclaimed, his voice returning to normal as he ripped off his disguise. After all these years, you, Aladdin gasped, recognizing the dreaded vizier of the palace. Before he could react, Jafar stepped on his toes with force. Your reward for your services, he laughed cruelly, watching Aladdin and Abu plummet into the darkness of the collapsing cave. The flying carpet dived after them, trying to catch up, but it was too late. The last thing Aladdin saw before losing consciousness was Jafar's triumphant face disappearing as the cave entrance closed, forever sealing them in the dark depths. Hours passed before Aladdin regained consciousness. He was lying in a small, natural cave, dimly lit by phosphorescent crystals on the walls. Abu and the flying carpet were beside him, the monkey anxiously trying to wake him up. I'm fine, Abu, Aladdin groaned slowly, sitting up. But we're stuck down here. His gaze wandered around the cave until he noticed something glowing in a corner, the lamp. Apparently, during the confusion, Abu had managed to steal it back from Jafar. You're amazing, you know that, Aladdin laughed, hugging his little friend. Picking up the lamp, he noticed an almost faded inscription on its surface. There's something written here, but it's very dirty. He began to rub the lamp with the sleeve of his robe, without imagining that this simple gesture was about to change his life forever. The lamp began to shake in his hands, emanating a bright blue light. Colored smoke poured out of the nozzle, filling the small cave, as a powerful, jovial voice echoed, 10,000 years can give you quite a kink. The blue smoke gradually solidified into the shape of a colossal imposing figure with bright blue skin and a small black tuft on his head. The genius, as he introduced himself with a theatrical bow, filled the small cave with his magnetic presence and exuberant personality. Wow, wow, wow. Look who we have here, the genie exclaimed, materializing several spotlights that illuminated Aladdin. My new master, allow me to introduce myself properly. With a snap of his fingers, a lively tune began to play out of nowhere. As the genie multiplied into several versions of himself, each with a different instrument, Aladdin and Abu watched in amazement as the genie performed a musical number explaining the rules of the three wishes. Rule number 1, I can't kill anyone. Rule number 2, I can't make anyone fall in love. And rule number 3, I can't bring anyone back from the dead. Other than that, just ask 3 wishes. Aladdin asked, still trying to process the surreal situation. Anything. Well, there are some limitations as I mentioned in the song, which by the way was sensational, don't you think? The genie winked, prompting a small audience of applause. But yes, practically anything. Riches, fame, power. Although, I'd always suggest starting with getting out of this cave, considering the circumstances. Aladdin smiled cunningly. What if I don't use a wish to get out of here? What if you take us out of the goodness of your heart? The genie was momentarily speechless before bursting into laughter. Ah, that's clever. It's been a long time since I've met a master with a sense of humor. But okay, you win, kid. I'll get you out of here for free, as a courtesy to the house. With one dramatic movement, the genie transformed into a rocket, grabbed Aladdin Abu and the carpet, and shot through the ceiling of the cave, punching through layers and layers of rock until they emerged in an oasis in the middle of the desert under the starry sky. And here we are, announced the genie, returning to his original form. Now about those 3 wishes. Aladdin sat on the edge of a small pond, thinking deeply. The image of the mysterious market girl, who he still didn't know was Princess Jasmine, danced in his mind. Genie, have you ever fallen in love? The question took the magical being by surprise. His usually playful expression softened. Well, in 10,000 years, you end up seeing a lot of love pass by. But personally, let's just say it's hard to maintain a relationship when you live in a lamp. There's this girl, Aladdin began, and the genie immediately transformed into a therapist with glasses and a notepad. She's amazing, but she's a princess, and the law says she can only marry a prince. Ah, the classic forbidden love dilemma, Genie exclaimed dramatically. You know there's a very obvious solution to that. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly Aladdin found himself dressed in luxurious royal clothes. Can you turn me into a prince? Aladdin's eyes lit up at the possibility. I can turn you into anything you want. Boy, prince, king, emperor. Even a movie critic. Although I wouldn't recommend the last option. The genie joked, making royal poses. Aladdin stood up excited. So, Genie, I wish you to turn me into the richest and most powerful prince Agrabah has ever seen. Your wishes are my orders, master. With a grand gesture, the genie began to weave his magic. Rays of colored light enveloped Aladdin, transforming his shabby clothes into a white and gold costume worthy of royalty. Abu was transformed into an elegant elephant, while magical fireworks exploded in the night sky. Presenting, announced the genie in an announcer's voice, His Royal Highness, Prince Ali Ababwa. Meanwhile, in the palace, Jafar was furious. His frantic search for the lamp in his chambers had yielded no results. That miserable monkey must have stolen it. He vociferated, knocking objects off his desk. Maybe it's time to change tack. suggested Iago his parrot. The princess still has to get married before the next sunset. Jafar's eyes twinkled with mischief. Yes, perhaps it's time to convince the Sultan to see things my way. His snake-shaped staff began to glow ominously. The next morning, Agrabah awoke to an unprecedented spectacle. A grand procession was crossing the city streets, led by a young prince on a majestic white elephant. Dancers, musicians, and servants handed out gold coins to the amazed populace. The genie, disguised as a royal advisor, enthusiastically coordinated the show, occasionally transforming himself into different people in the crowd to start chants of Prince Ali Magnificent, is he Ali Ababwa? At the palace, Jasmine watched the procession from her balcony with disinterest. Just another arrogant prince, she sighed to Raja. However, there was something familiar about that young man that she couldn't quite identify. Aladdin or Prince Ali felt his heart racing as he approached the palace. Under all that luxury and pomp, he was still the same boy from the streets, dreaming of winning the heart of a princess. What he didn't know was that his journey of self-discovery had only just begun, and that the greatest lessons about love, honesty, and courage were yet to come. The big question on his mind was how long could he keep up this charade? And more importantly, when the truth came out, would his true self be enough to win not just a kingdom, but the heart of a princess? The great hall of the palace shone with sunlight through the colorful, stained glass windows. When Prince Ali was introduced to the Sultan, the chubby, good-natured ruler was immediately charmed by the young visitor, especially after Aladdin presented him with a golden mechanical watch that the genie had conjured up. Extraordinary, simply extraordinary, exclaimed the Sultan, examining the gift with sparkling eyes. You must know my daughter Jasmine. She's not interested. Jasmine's firm voice echoed through the hall as she entered her tiger Raja, following her faithfully. Her eyes met Aladdin's, and for a moment something familiar seemed to pass between them. Jafar watched the scene from the shadows, his fingers gripping his staff with increasing strength. Just another insignificant prince, he muttered to Iago, but there's something about him that bothers me. Determined to impress the princess, Aladdin approached with an elegant bow. Your Highness, I know you must be tired of suitors, but I ask only for a chance to prove myself. Jasmine raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unusual humility in his words. And how do you intend to do that, Prince Ali? With a confident smile, Aladdin held out his hand. How about a walk I promise to show you a whole new perspective of Agrabah? The magic carpet was waiting on the palace balcony, disguised as an ordinary carpet. When Jasmine hesitantly accepted Aladdin's hand and climbed onto it, her eyes widened in surprise as she watched him gently levitate. Trust me, whispered Aladdin, words that echoed a distant memory in Jasmine's mind. The carpet took off smoothly, carrying them beyond the palace walls. The city stretched out below them like a living map, the streets winding between the buildings like golden rivers under the setting sun. Jasmine couldn't contain her admiration, her fingers entwined firmly in Aladdin's. It's incredible, she sighed as they flew over the rooftops where, unbeknownst to her, Aladdin used to sleep. I've never seen Agrabah like this. As they flew, Aladdin began to show a surprisingly intimate knowledge of the city and its people. He pointed to a small square where children played, told stories about the market traders, and shared secrets that only someone who lived on the streets could know. How do you know so much about the lives of ordinary people? Jasmine asked, her curiosity growing. Aladdin hesitated, his heart torn between the truth and the need to maintain his charade. I believe that a true leader must know all aspects of his kingdom, not just the palaces. As night fell, they landed on a distant rooftop, sharing a simple meal that Genius had discreetly provided. The stars began to dot the dark sky, and conversation flowed naturally between them. You know, said Jasmine, you're different from the other princes. There's something about you that reminds me of. She stopped studying his face more closely. Aladdin's heart raced. Reminds you of what? Someone I met at the market, she replied slowly. A young man who helped a child in need. Before Aladdin could reply, an eerie glow caught his eye. In the palace, red lights emanated from the tower where Jafar's chambers were located. The vizier was busy with his own plot. The staff is almost ready, Iago, Jafar muttered, adding ingredients to a bubbling cauldron. Soon its hypnotic power will be strong enough to control even the Sultan. Back on the roof, Jasmine and Aladdin shared a moment of contemplative silence. Ali, she finally said, sometimes I feel like I'm trapped in a life I didn't choose. Do you understand that? Aladdin felt the weight of his own lie. More than you know, he replied softly. Sometimes appearances can be deceiving. When they returned to the palace, something had changed between them. Jasmine no longer saw just a suitor, but someone who seemed to truly understand her. And Aladdin, despite the guilt growing in his chest, was more in love than ever. The genie, who watched discreetly as he became a star in the sky, sighed, Ah, young love, so beautiful and so complicated. That night, as Aladdin walked through the palace gardens, lost in thought about Jasmine, a shadow moved in the darkness. Jafar emerged from the bushes, his staff glowing menacingly. Impressive demonstration, Prince Ali, he said with false cordiality. Or should I say, Aladdin. Aladdin's blood ran cold in his veins. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, but you do. Jafar smiled mischievously. The street rat I found in the Cave of Wonders. I wonder what the princess would say if she knew the truth about her precious prince. Aladdin kept his composure, even though his heart was pounding frantically. Your accusations are as empty as your loyalty to the Sultan. Jafar's smile only widened. Be careful, boy. You're not the only one with secrets in this palace. With those words, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving Aladdin with an even heavier burden on his heart. In his makeshift room, Aladdin found the genie playing chess with himself. Genie, what do? I can't keep lying to her. The genie paused his game, looking seriously at his friend. The truth has a funny way of coming out, Al. The longer you wait, the more painful it will be. But before Aladdin could consider a confession, a guard rushed into his chambers. Prince Ali, the Sultan, requests your immediate presence in the throne room. It's about the princess. Aladdin's heart raced as he ran through the palace corridors. As he entered the throne room, he found a disturbing scene. The Sultan was in a trance, his glazed eyes fixed on the red glow of Jafar's staff. Jasmine was handcuffed, guards holding her tightly as she struggled. Ah, Prince Ali, how nice of you to join us. Jafar smiled mischievously. Or should I say, the street rat. Dad, wake up, Jafar is controlling you, Jasmine shouted, but the Sultan remained motionless. The Sultan has seen the truth about his favorite suitor. Jafar proclaimed, his voice echoing through the hall. A liar, a common thief who dared to pass himself off as royalty. It's a lie. Aladdin advanced, but guards quickly surrounded him. Abu, still in elephant form, tried to help, but Jafar turned him back into a small monkey with a flick of his staff. The magic, Jasmine gasped, realizing, so you're not really a prince? The look of disappointment in Jasmine's eyes went through Aladdin like a dagger. Jasmine, I can explain. Guards, Jafar ordered. Take this impostor to the dungeons. The sentence for deceiving the royal family is death at dawn. As he was dragged away, Aladdin saw the genie floating invisibly near the ceiling, his expression anguished. He could use his second wish to escape, but that would mean leaving Jasmine and the kingdom in Jafar's hands. In the dungeons chained to the cold wall, Aladdin finally let the weight of his lies fall on his shoulders. Abu snuggled up next to him, trying to comfort him. I've ruined everything, Abu, he whispered. I should have told you the truth from the start. A familiar blue glow filled the cell as the genie appeared. It's not over yet, Al. You still have 2 wishes. What kind of person would I be if I used magic to solve my problems again? Aladdin replied bitterly. That's how this mess started. Sometimes, Al, the real magic isn't in the wishes, but in what we do with them, the genie said wisely. Just then, the magic carpet slid through the bars of the cell window, bringing with it a surprised Jasmine. You have 1 minute to explain everything to me, she said firmly, her eyes shining with a mixture of anger and hope. The truth is, I'm just Aladdin, a thief of the streets, he confessed, finally setting his heart free. I found a magic lamp, and the genie turned me into a prince because I wanted to be worthy of you, but I realized too late that true nobility doesn't come from titles or wealth. The boy from the market, Jasmine whispered, the pieces falling into place. It was you, all along. Before they could continue, they heard footsteps approaching. Jafar is using dark magic to control your father, Aladdin explained quickly. He wants the throne for himself. And I have proof. The genie appeared, transformed into a detective with a magnifying glass. That chatty parrot of his can't keep a secret. Jasmine nodded determinedly. We need to stop him. But how? I have a plan. Aladdin smiled, his old adventurous spirit returning. But it will require all of us to work together. In the throne room, Jafar savored his imminent triumph, forcing the hypnotized Sultan to sign decrees that would make him the new ruler. Iago flew around in circles, humming about his future as a royal parrot. Suddenly, the doors opened. Jasmine walked in, seemingly submissive. You win, Jafar. I agree to marry you. Excellent choice, princess. Jafar smiled victoriously, not noticing the magic carpet gliding silently behind him. Meanwhile, Aladdin, freed by one of the genie's tricks, was sneaking around the pillars of the hall. The plan was simple. Distract Jafar long enough to break his staff, the source of his hypnotic power. But before the wedding, Jasmine continued, approaching seductively, wouldn't you like to see how you look with the crown? Jafar's ego couldn't resist the temptation. When he reached out to take the crown, Jasmine offered Aladdin, jumped up, grabbing the staff. "No!" Jafar roared, his mask of sophistication falling away completely. In the ensuing struggle, the staff slipped out of both their hands, shattering as it hit the ground. A wave of magical energy swept through the hall, releasing the Sultan from his trance. "Guards, arrest the traitor," the Sultan ordered finally, aware of Jafar's treachery. But Jafar had one last card. "If I can't take the throne by cunning, I'll take it by force." He pulled out the lamp he had stolen from Aladdin during the confusion. "Genie, my first wish make me the most powerful being in the world." "No," Aladdin shouted, but it was too late. The genie, forced to obey, transformed Jafar into an all-powerful sorcerer. The vizier grew to the ceiling, his black robes turning into gloomy smoke. "Now, let's see who the real ruler of Agrabah is," Jafar thundered, launching bolts of energy that turned everything they touched into black gold. In the midst of the chaos, Aladdin realized something crucial. "Jasmine," he shouted over the roar of magic, "do you trust me?" Their eyes met through the magical storm, and in that moment, all lies and disguises disappeared. "I do," she replied. "Then hold on tight." Aladdin whistled, and the magic carpet caught them in mid-flight, dodging Jafar's attacks as they executed the final part of the plan. "Why are you running away from me?" Jafar roared. "I'm the most powerful being in the world." "Almost that," Aladdin teased. "The genie is even more powerful. He gave you your powers, and he can take them away." Jafar's eyes shone with understanding and greed. Yes, Genie, my second wish, make me an all-powerful genie." The genie covered his eyes, not wanting to see, but compelled to fulfill the wish. Jafar began to transform his body, growing and changing until he became a colossal red genie. The power, the absolute power. Jafar laughed, not noticing the black lamp that materialized at his feet, nor the golden chains that began to bind his wrists. "You forgot something, Jafar," Aladdin shouted. "Geniuses have a lot of power, but zero freedom." "No," Jafar shouted when he realized the trap, being sucked into his own lamp, along with Iago, who had tried to escape too late. With Jafar defeated, peace returned to the palace. The Sultan, impressed by Aladdin's bravery and intelligence, declared that the law was wrong. His daughter should have the right to marry whomever her heart chose. "And now," Jasmine asked, entwining her fingers in Aladdin's. "Now," he smiled, picking up the genie's lamp, "there's one more thing I need to do." Turning to his blue friend, he declared, "Genie, I wish you freedom." With a flash of light and the sound of chains breaking the genie's bracelets fell off, and his smoke-shaped legs turned into real feet. For the first time in millennia, he was truly free. "All," the genie smiled, tears in his eyes. "You are a true prince, not by magic or title, but by your heart." And so, under the starry sky of Agrabah, Aladdin and Jasmine discovered that true love doesn't need disguises or magical wishes, just the courage to be who you really are. The sun was setting on the horizon as Clara adjusted her simple dress in front of the cracked mirror in her room. His fingers trembled slightly as he fixed his brown hair, trying to ignore the weight he felt in his chest. In 2 weeks, she would marry Marcus, the prosperous merchant who had appeared in her village a few months ago. At least, that was the story everyone knew. Clara lived with her elderly father on the outskirts of the small village of Thornwood, where wooden houses were squeezed between each other and the dense forest that surrounded the region. Since her mother's death 5 years ago, she had run the family's small inn, a modest establishment that rarely welcomed more than 2 or 3 travelers a week. It was on a rainy autumn night that Marcus arrived, soaking wet and carrying a leather bag full of goods. His charming smile and stories about distant lands soon captivated not only Clara, but the entire village. In a matter of days, he had become a constant presence at the inn, always bringing small gifts and sweet words. "He's a good catch, my daughter," her father often repeated. "He can give you a better life than this." Clara wanted to believe that, but something in the shadows of Marcus's eyes disturbed her. Even if she couldn't explain exactly what, it was Sophia, a young traveler who passed by the inn 2 weeks ago, who planted the first seeds of doubt. Clara found her crying in the barn in the early hours of the morning, shaking and with rope marks on her wrists. "He's not who he says he is," Sophia whispered between sobs. "There are others like him in the forest. They do terrible things." Before Clara could question further, Sophia disappeared into the darkness of the night, leaving only a small silver medallion lying in the straw. The same medallion that Clara recognized on Marcus's neck days later, although he claimed to have bought it from a traveling merchant. Coincidences began to accumulate like dry autumn leaves. The mysterious disappearances of young women in neighboring villages, Marcus's prolonged absences, always explained with elaborate stories about business in distant cities, the furtive glances exchanged between him and strangers who occasionally appeared at the inn. Clara began to observe more closely. He noticed how Marcus always suggested that they walk through the forest during their dates, how he insisted on showing him a special surprise hidden among the trees. She always found excuses to refuse, her instinct screaming warnings that her rational mind tried to ignore. One night, while serving beer to a group of travelers, Clara heard fragments of a conversation about a gang of bandits operating in the region. "They disguise themselves as traders," muttered a man with a gray beard. "They gain the trust of the local people and then—" The conversation was interrupted when Marcus entered the inn, but the words had already stuck in Clara's mind like arrows. She began to discreetly investigate, collecting information from travelers who passed by the inn. He discovered patterns in the disappearances, always preceded by the arrival of a charismatic merchant in the villages. The stories were always the same: young women, promises of love and wealth, followed by mysterious disappearances. In her room, Clara kept a diary where she wrote down every suspicious detail, every inconsistency in Marcus's stories. The pages were filled with observations and theories, hidden under the loose floorboards next to his bed. She knew she was playing with fire, but she couldn't ignore the truth unfolding before her eyes. One afternoon, while sweeping the entrance to the inn, Clara noticed a woman watching her from the edge of the forest. Their eyes met briefly before the stranger disappeared into the trees, leaving behind only a small note attached to a rock. Not all of them died. Some of us survived. If you want the truth, meet me at the Dead Oak at moonrise." Clara kept the note along with her notes, her heart divided between fear and determination. The wedding was approaching, and with it, the need to act. Marcus had insisted on a small ceremony in the abandoned chapel in the middle of the forest. "It will be more romantic," he argued. "Just us, the priest, and some special witnesses I invited." As she prepared to go to sleep that night, Clara made her decision. She would no longer be another victim on Marcus's list. She would use the time until the wedding to uncover the truth and expose the dark nature of her would-be fiancé. But she knew she would need to be extremely cautious. One false step could cost her her life. Outside his room, the wind whispered through the forest trees, carrying with it secrets and promises of danger. Clara blew out the candle on her bedside table, but remained awake in the dark, planning her next steps. The dead oak was waiting for her, and with it, perhaps, the answers she was looking for. In the darkness of her room, Clara clutched Sophia's medallion in her hand, transforming her fear into determination. The time for doubts was over. Now, it was time to act, to unravel the mysteries of the forest and the men who inhabited it. Their marriage would not be the end of their story, but the beginning of their revenge. The next night, Clara waited for everyone to fall asleep before sneaking out of the inn. The crescent moon lit her path through the forest as she headed toward the dead oak, an ancient, gnarled tree that stood out against the nightscape. Like a silent specter, her heart pounded against her chest as she walked, every night sound making her jump. Sophia's words echoed in her mind, mixing with the traveler's warnings and her own suspicions about Marcus. A few meters away from the oak, Clara noticed a hooded figure waiting in the shadows. "You came," the woman said, lowering her hood to reveal a scarred face. "My name is Eleanor. I was like you once, engaged to one of the men in Marcus's gang." Clara felt a shiver run down her spine. "So it's true. About the disappearances. About Marcus?" Eleanor nodded gravely. "They pose as traitors, gain the trust of the local people, and then choose their victims. Always young, vulnerable women. The marriage is just a trap, a way to take them into the forest without arousing suspicion." As they talked, other women emerged from the shadows. 3 survivors who had managed to escape the bandits. Each carried its own story of horror, but also of resistance. Sarah, a green-eyed redhead, had faked her own death to escape. Maria, the youngest of the group, managed to escape during a storm that distracted her captors. "We formed a secret network," Eleanor explained. "We watch, we warn other women when we can, and we gather evidence against them. But Marcus, he's the most dangerous of them all. He's smart, patient, and has connections in every village in the area." Clara absorbed every word, every detail that could help her dismantle her would-be fiancé's plans. The women told him about the bandits' main hideout, an old abandoned church in the heart of the forest, not far from the chapel where Marcus insisted on holding the wedding. "It's no coincidence," Sarah said, her voice shaking slightly. "The wedding chapel is less than half an hour's walk from their hideout. They probably plan to take her there after the ceremony." Hours passed as the women came up with a plan. Clara would continue playing the role of the bride in love, but now with a greater purpose. Eleanor and the others would help her collect evidence that could incriminate not only Marcus, but his entire gang. Take this, Maria said, handing Clara a small vial. It's a mixture of herbs that can leave a man unconscious for hours. Keep it with you at all times. You never know when you'll need it. Before returning home, Clara received instructions on how to secretly communicate with the group. Discreet signals left in specific places, coded messages hidden in previously agreed locations. Every detail was planned with precision, considering all possible complications. On the way back to the inn, Clara almost ran into one of the men, who often accompanied Marcus on his business trips. She managed to hide behind a large tree in time, watching him pass by carrying a bag that appeared to contain valuable objects, probably spoils from his crimes. In the days that followed, Clara maintained her normal routine at the inn, but her eyes and ears were always alert. He noticed how Marcus occasionally met with strangers in the stable, always at late hours. He noticed patterns in his visits, always preceded or followed by news of robberies or disappearances in neighboring villages. One afternoon, while helping Marcus organize his supposed trading products, Clara found a small ledger book fallen from his bag. She managed to get a quick look at it before he took it back. They were coded notes, but she recognized the names of missing women among the symbols. Just sales records, my dear, Marcus explained with his charming smile. But Clara noticed the tension in his eyes, the way his hands clenched tightly around the book. At night, in her room, Clara updated her own diary with new information, writing by candlelight. The pages now contained not just his suspicions, but concrete evidence, times, names, locations. Each note was a piece of the puzzle she was patiently putting together. Eleanor and the others kept constant watch over the bandits' movements, passing information through discrete signals. Clara learned to read the signs of the forest, branches broken in certain ways, stones stacked in specific patterns, marks on trees that told stories to those who knew how to interpret them. The wedding was getting closer, and with it grew both the danger and Clara's determination. She knew she was involved in a deadly game of cat and mouse, where the slightest mistake could cost not only her life, but also the chance to see justice for all of Marcus and his gang's victims. A week before the wedding, Clara found another note from Eleanor hidden in the agreed location. We have discovered 3 more recent victims. They are becoming careless, trusting. This is our chance to act. Meeting tomorrow at midnight. Putting the note away along with her other evidence, Clara looked out her bedroom window at the dark forest. Somewhere among those trees, Marcus and his men planned their next move, unaware that their future victims now had allies willing to fight. The moon shone in the sky like a silent promise that the truth would finally come to light. The midnight meeting turned out to be even more crucial than Clara expected. Eleanor and the other survivors had discovered that Marcus was planning a major scam during the wedding. Several important families in the region would be invited, their jewelry and valuable belongings becoming easy targets during the celebration. They chose the chapel for a reason, Eleanor explained, unrolling a rudimentary map by the light of a small lamp. There are old tunnels connecting it to the main hideout. While everyone is distracted by the ceremony, part of the gang intends to use the passages to steal the guests' belongings. Clara felt her stomach drop as she realized the extent of the plan. What about me? What would happen after the ceremony? Sarah, who had remained silent until then, took a step forward. From what we've learned, Marcus plans to take her on a special honeymoon, a route that would lead directly to the old church, where he keeps his other victims. The women spent hours refining their own plan of action. Maria had managed to make friends with one of the village maids who would help with the wedding preparations, thus guaranteeing access to the details of the ceremony. Sarah, in turn, knew every entrance and exit to the underground tunnels, having used one of them in her own escape. In the following days, Clara had to maintain an even more convincing facade of a happy bride. Marcus had increased his visits to the inn, always accompanied by different members of his gang, whom he presented as merchant friends interested in meeting his future wife. During one of these encounters, Clara noticed something disturbing. One of the men was carrying a scarf that she immediately recognized. It was his mother's, an item that had mysteriously disappeared after her death 5 years ago. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together in an even more sinister way. "Eleanor," Clara whispered during a secret meeting the next day, "I think my mother's death wasn't as natural as we thought. Her handkerchief was with one of Marcus's men." Eleanor hugged Clara tightly. "Many deaths were disguised as accidents or natural causes. Your mother may have discovered something about them at the time. The inn has always been a strategic point for observing travelers." This revelation only strengthened Clara's resolve. Over the next few nights, she and the other women worked tirelessly, mapping out every detail of the plan. Maria managed to create copies of the chapel's keys, while Sarah identified the best points to position the authorities. When the time came, the most important thing, warned Eleanor, is to make sure we have enough evidence before we act. We need to catch not just Marcus, but the entire gang. Clara started to carry a small notebook with her, where she discreetly wrote down every suspicious conversation she heard at the inn. Her father, noticing her growing anxiety, attributed it all to the natural nervousness of a bride, without imagining the real danger his daughter faced. One afternoon, while organizing Marcus's room during his stay at the inn, Clara found something that made her blood run cold. A detailed logbook hidden in a false bottom of his suitcase. In it, there were names, dates, and values, all carefully cataloged in coded writing that she began to decipher thanks to tips from the other survivors. With shaking hands, Clara used the few minutes she had alone to copy as much information as possible. Each page revealed more details about the extent of Marcus and his gang's crimes. These were not just robberies and kidnappings, but an elaborate network of extortion and murder that stretched across the entire region. Time seemed to speed up as the wedding day approached. Clara divided her days between preparations for the ceremony and secret meetings with her allies. Every free moment was dedicated to refining his plan, considering all possible complications. "Remember," Eleanor often repeated, "you need to remain calm until the last moment. Marcus cannot suspect anything until it is too late for him to react." On the eve of the wedding, while helping her father close up the inn, Clara found Marcus talking quietly to two of his men in the stable. Hidden in the shadows, She managed to hear snippets of conversation that confirmed her suspicions. Escape, plans, alternative routes, mentions of goods that needed to be removed after the ceremony. That night, in her room, Clara organized all the evidence she had collected: letters, records, Sophia's locket, her own notes, each item carefully kept in different hiding places, protected by her allies. If something happened to her, the truth about Marcus and his gang would come out. The sun rose on the wedding day, finding Clara already awake, her heart beating with a mixture of fear and determination. As she prepared to put on her wedding dress, an ironic gift from Marcos, she thought of all the women who had suffered at the hands of those men. Today, finally, justice would be done. Eleanor and the others were already in position, each with their crucial role in the plan. The authorities, discreetly alerted over the last few weeks, awaited the agreed signal. Everything now depended on Clara's performance. She would need to maintain her mask of a bride in love for a few more hours, knowing that every minute was it bringing her closer to the most dangerous moment of her life. Clara adjusted her white veil in front of the mirror while her hands shook slightly. The wedding dress, a gift from Marcus, weighed on her shoulders like uncomfortable armor. Through the bedroom window, he could see the first guests arriving at the inn from where they would leave together for the chapel in the forest. "You look beautiful, my daughter," said her father, entering the room with tears in his eyes. Clara felt a pang of guilt for not being able to tell him the truth, but she knew that her silence protected him. She hugged him tightly, taking deep breaths to maintain her composure. Eleanor, disguised as one of the ceremony assistants, entered the room carrying the final adjustments to the dress. As he pretended to tidy up the bar, he quickly whispered, "Everyone is in position." Sarah confirmed that the tunnels are being watched. Maria identified 12 men from the gang among the guests. The plan was precise as clockwork. During the ceremony, while part of the gang tried to use the tunnels to steal the guests' belongings, the authorities would surprise them. Simultaneously, Clara must keep Marcus distracted at the altar long enough so that he doesn't notice the trap closing. "Remember the sign," Eleanor murmured, adjusting a flower in Clara's hair. "When you drop the bouquet, we will begin to act." The small vial of herbs Maria had given her was safely hidden in a secret seam of her dress, along with a small dagger, gifts from the women who had survived the gang's horrors. The walk to the chapel seemed endless. Clara followed beside her father, observing the guests who accompanied them. He could identify the disguised bandits by the little signs Eleanor had taught him, the way they carried concealed weapons, the furtive glances exchanged between them, the way they strategically positioned themselves among the legitimate guests. Marcus waited at the altar, elegant in his dark attire, his charming smile masking the cruelty that Clara now knew so well. Beside her, the supposed priest, who she knew was another member of the gang, was nervously adjusting his collar. The ceremony began, and Clara felt every second regret like lead. Through the chapel's windows, he noticed subtle movements among the trees, the authorities taking silent positions. Eleanor and the other survivors were scattered among the guests, each ready for their role in the plan. "Dear brothers," began the false priest, "we are gathered here Clara kept her smile fixed, but her eyes registered every movement. He watched as two of Marcus's men discreetly left the chapel, surely heading for the tunnels. He noticed Sarah's slight nod from the back row, confirming that the trap was ready. Marcus held her hands on the altar, and Clara needed all her willpower not to back away. Those hands that seemed so gentle had caused so much suffering, perhaps even been responsible for the death of his own mother. The stolen handkerchief burned in his memory like an ember. If anyone knows of any impediment. The false priest continued, and Clara almost laughed at the irony of those words. How many impediments did she know? How many lives destroyed by that man who smiled next to you? The crucial moment was approaching. Clara could feel the tension building in the chapel like a storm about to break. Through the windows, dark clouds began to accumulate, as if nature itself was conspiring for the dramatic outcome that was approaching. That's when Clara noticed something wrong. One of Marcus's men, who was supposed to be in the tunnels, had returned, whispering something in her ear. A shadow passed over the groom's face, and his grip on Clara's hands tightened slightly. He knew. Somehow, he had figured it out. Clara couldn't wait for the planned moment. With a quick movement, he dropped the bouquet, the signal, but before anyone could react, Marcus pulled her against him. A small blade pressed against her back, hidden from the guests by the proximity of their bodies. "Smile, my dear," he whispered, his tone still sweet but filled with menace. "Let's finish this ceremony, and then we'll have a long talk about loyalty." Clara's heart was beating furiously, but years of running the inn had taught her to remain calm even in the most tense situations. Discreetly, her fingers searched for the secret seam of her dress, where she kept the bottle of herbs. "Of course, my love," she replied, her voice not betraying the fear she felt. "But first, agree to drink with me to our union." With a practiced movement, she removed the small vial, offering it as if it were a romantic gesture. Confusion ensued in the chapel. The bandits, realizing that something was wrong, began to move. The legitimate guests, still oblivious to the real danger, murmured about the bride and groom's strange behavior. And then, like thunder breaking the silence, screams were heard coming from the tunnels. "The authorities!" someone shouted, and chaos ensued. Marcus, momentarily distracted by the screams, loosened his grip on Clara. It was everything she needed. With one swift movement, she threw the contents of the vial into his face, freeing herself from his arms as he staggered back. Eleanor and the other women emerged from their disguises, revealing hidden weapons. The guests, finally understanding the situation, rushed to the exits in panic. The authorities burst into the chapel through the tunnels and main doors, quickly overpowering the bandits who tried to escape. Clara watched the scene unfold, her heart still racing, but now with a growing sense of triumph. Years of crimes were finally coming to an end. Marcus, still dazed from the herbal mixture, was easily subdued and handcuffed. "It's over," Eleanor said, approaching Clara and putting a protective arm around her. "You did it. We all did it." But as she watched the bandits being taken away, Clara knew there was still much to be done. Stories to tell, truths to reveal, justice to be sought for all victims. including his mother. The day that should have been their wedding had instead become the beginning of a new journey. In the weeks following the failed wedding ceremony, the small village of Thornwood was abuzz with revelations about Marcus and his gang. The record book found by Clara, along with the testimonies of the survivors, exposed a criminal network that extended throughout the region. Clara spent long days at the local sheriff's office, helping organize evidence and listening to the stories of families finally discovering the fate of their missing daughters, sisters, and wives. Each story broke his heart, but also strengthened his resolve to ensure justice was served. Eleanor and the other women remained in the village, transforming Clara's old inn into a refuge for survivors. Sarah, with her expertise in natural healing, tended to the physical and emotional wounds of rescued victims. Maria taught self-defense techniques, ensuring that no woman would ever feel defenseless again. "You turned our tragedy into strength," Eleanor said one night as they shared tea in the inn's kitchen. "Now, other women will know they are not alone." The investigation into Clara's mother's death revealed a painful truth. She had discovered the gang's activities and was gathering evidence when she was silenced. The scarf found on one of the bandits was just a small part of a much larger story of courage and sacrifice. "Your mother was like you," explained an elderly traveler who had frequented the inn for years. Observant, courageous, always protecting the most vulnerable. She kept detailed records of all suspicious travelers who passed through here. Clara found her mother's diaries hidden in a secret compartment in the inn's attic. The yellowed pages contained valuable information that helped dismantle remaining cells of the gang in other villages. It was as if his mother, even after death, was still fighting by his side. The trial of Marcus and his associates attracted attention from across the region. Clara testified firmly, her voice no longer trembling, as she faced the gaze of the man who had planned to make her another victim. One by one, the survivors told their stories. Their voices united, forming a powerful chorus that could no longer be silenced. "You may have hurt us," Clara declared during her testimony, "but you couldn't break us. Every woman you tried to destroy now stands up stronger, more united." The sentence was harsh. Marcus and the main members of the gang would face decades in prison. More important than the punishment, however, was the example that the case set. Other villages began to implement protection and surveillance systems, inspired by the model created by Clara and her allies. The inn flourished under new management. Clara, with help from Eleanor and the others, transformed it into more than just a resting place for travelers. It became a support and information center where women could find safety, knowledge, and solidarity. "Every guest that arrives has a story," Clara explained to the new employees. "Our task is not just to provide a bed, but also to be attentive, to protect, to guide when necessary." The small room where Clara had once nervously prepared for a wedding that would be her undoing now served as a library and meeting room. On the walls, maps marked safe routes for travelers, and a bulletin board kept the community informed about suspicious people in the region. "You have created something extraordinary here," his father commented one day, observing the constant movement of women entering and leaving the inn. Her eyes, once clouded with guilt at not realizing the danger her daughter faced, now shone with pride. The forest, which previously seemed to harbor only shadows and dangers, gained new meaning. Clara and her companions established safe meeting points among the trees, created codes and signs that allowed women in distress to quickly find help. On a quiet autumn afternoon, exactly 1 year after the events of the failed wedding, Clara met Sophia again. The young traveler, whose initial warning had triggered the entire story, returned to the inn, this time no longer trembling with fear, but with the confidence of someone who had found her place in the world. Your example inspired others, Sophia said, hugging Clara warmly. In every village I passed through, I heard stories of women who learned to protect themselves, to trust their instincts, to fight together. Night fell over Thornwood as Clara closed out another day at the inn. Outside, I could hear the excited voices of the women who now called this place home. Eleanor taught self-defense techniques in the garden. Maria organized supplies for travelers in need. Sarah prepared her healing concoctions in the kitchen. The silver locket that had once belonged to Sophia now hung on the wall along with other objects that told stories of survival and renewal. Each item was a reminder that the darkest shadows could be overcome when brave people came together. True strength, Clara used to tell newcomers, is not in facing danger alone, but in recognizing that together we are more powerful than any threat. And so, the story of the bride who should have been another victim, but became a liberator, continued to inspire generations of women. The Thornwood Inn stood as a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest nights, there is always a path to light, especially when we walk it together. The Harrison family's old mirror had remained untouched in the attic for decades. Sarah, a 16-year-old teenager, had always felt an inexplicable attraction to that object covered in a weathered sheet. That autumn afternoon, while organizing some boxes at her mother's request, her fingers brushed against the dusty fabric that concealed the Victorian mirror. "Don't touch that," warned Emily, her best friend, who was helping her with the cleaning. "My grandmother always said that old mirrors hold stories that are best not awakened." Sarah rolled her eyes, but couldn't hold back a shiver when an icy breath blew through the attic, making the floorboards creak. "Do you really believe in such superstitions? It's just an old mirror." "It's not just any mirror," said Emily, approaching cautiously. "They say it belonged to Mary Sullivan, that woman who mysteriously disappeared in the 50s. Haven't you ever heard the story?" Sarah nodded, her curiosity piqued. The attic, lit only by the dim light coming in through a small circular window, seemed the perfect setting for supernatural stories. Emily sat down in an old rocking chair, which protested with a high-pitched groan. Mary was a young widow who lived alone in the house next door. People said she practiced strange rituals after she lost her young son in an accident. One night, neighbors heard screams coming from her house. When the police arrived, they found only this mirror, with scratch marks on the glass. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine, but remained skeptical. And how did this mirror get here? Her grandmother bought Mary's house at an auction, along with some furniture. This mirror was one of them. Emily lowered her voice. "They say that if you look closely, you can see dark stains that look like dried blood. At that moment, thunder echoed in the distance, making the two girls jump. The approaching storm cast unsettling shadows across the attic, bringing the covered shapes of the old furniture to life. "Have you ever heard of the Bloody Mary ritual?" asked Emily, her voice almost a whisper. Sarah nodded. Who hadn't heard that urban legend? Well, some people believe that this mirror is especially receptive to that kind of invocation. Sarah laughed nervously, trying to disguise her discomfort. "Don't tell me you want to try." "Of course not," Emily replied quickly. "But today is October 31st, Halloween. If there's ever a time for scary stories, this is it." The rain began to fall outside, its drops drumming on the roof like restless fingers. Sarah found herself staring at the covered mirror, wondering what could be hiding under that dusty sheet. "My mother tells me that her grandmother used to have terrible nightmares after she brought that mirror home," Emily continued. "She used to say that she saw a woman in a white dress stained with blood standing at the foot of the bed, always pointing to the attic." Sarah felt her heart race. The story was stirring her more than she'd like to admit. Why didn't anyone ever get rid of him? "They tried," Emily replied, leaning forward. 3 times. Each time, the mirror mysteriously returned to the attic the next morning. A new clap of thunder, closer now, made the lights flicker. For an instant, Sarah swore she saw movement reflected in the small piece of the mirror that was exposed where the sheet had slipped. "Let's go downstairs," suggested Emily, standing up abruptly. "It's getting late, and your mother asked us to finish before nightfall." But Sarah remained motionless, her eyes fixed on the mirror. There was something hypnotic about it, something that called to her. Without realizing it, she took a step forward, her fingers reaching for the sheet. "Sarah, no!" Emily tried to stop her, but it was too late. The fabric slid smoothly away, revealing the mirror in all its dark glory. The frame was adorned with intricate carvings of rose bushes, their flowers and thorns so detailed that they looked real. The glass, although dulled by time, still reflected their images with disturbing clarity, and it was then that Sarah noticed there were 3 reflections in the mirror, not 2. A pale, hazy figure hovered behind them, its form undefined but undeniably feminine. For an instant that seemed like an eternity, no one moved. The air in the attic became dense, charged with an ancient, malevolent energy. Emily was the first to react, pulling Sarah tightly by the arm. The two stumbled down the stairs, closing the attic door with a bang. Gasping, they looked at each other in the second-floor corridor. Did you see it?" Emily stammered, her face pale as wax. Sarah nodded slowly, unable to form words. Her mind tried to rationalize what she had just witnessed, but there was no logical explanation for that third figure in the reflection. That night, lying in her bed, Sarah couldn't stop thinking about the mirror and its mysteries. The storm continued outside, and each flash of lightning seemed to illuminate shadows that shouldn't have been there. In her head, a voice whispered tantalizingly, 3 times. Just say my name 3 times. What Sarah didn't know was that encounter in the attic had triggered a series of events that would change her life forever. Mary Sullivan's mirror held darker secrets than any urban legend could suggest, and now that it had been discovered, It would not rest until it had completed its purpose. Halloween night was just beginning, and with it, a horror story that had spanned generations was about to repeat itself. Sarah Harrison had inadvertently opened a door to a world of shadows and distorted reflections, and now she would have to face the consequences of her curiosity. Sarah spent the night tossing and turning in bed as the storm continued outside. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw that hazy figure in the mirror, its shadowy presence etched into her memory. His cell phone vibrated on the bedside table. It was a message from Emily. "I can't sleep. I keep thinking about what we saw. We need to do more research on Mary Sullivan." Sarah agreed, feeling a mixture of fear and curiosity consume her. She turned on her laptop and started digging through old archives of the local newspaper available in the city's digital library. Emily was right. There was more to the story. The records showed that Mary Sullivan wasn't just a lonely widow. Before her disappearance, she had become a controversial figure in the community. Several people reported unexplained events in her presence, and some even accused her of practicing witchcraft. The most disturbing was the account of her last day, October 31st, 1952. According to the report, neighbors heard Mary reciting something repeatedly before the screams. When the police broke down the door, they found only the mirror in the living room, with nail marks on the glass and drops of blood on the floor. The body was never found. The light in Sarah's room flickered, startling her, in the reflection of the computer screen. For an instant, she swore she saw a pale face watching her. Turning quickly in her chair, she found only her empty room and the dancing shadows caused by the lightning. The next morning, Sarah woke up with a backache from falling asleep in her chair. The sun shone timidly through the clouds that still covered the sky, as if the storm of the night before had never existed. Emily arrived early, carrying a pile of old books. "I found these in my grandfather's library," she explained, spreading the volumes out on Sarah's bed. They're books about local folklore and the town's history. There are a few mentions of Mary Sullivan and other similar cases. The girls spent the morning immersed in the yellowed pages. They discovered that, before Mary, there had been other mysterious disappearances in the region, all connected in some way to antique mirrors. In each case, the victims reported seeing a woman in a white dress in their reflections days before they disappeared. "Look at this." Emily pointed to a particularly interesting page. According to this legend, antique mirrors can serve as portals to the other side, but they need to be fed. "Fed?" Sarah asked, feeling a chill. "With souls," Emily replied, her voice trembling slightly. Legend has it that spirits trapped between worlds use mirrors to attract victims. Each soul captured makes them stronger. A noise from the attic interrupted the conversation. The two looked at each other, paralyzed. It was as if something was dragging on the floor above them. "It's probably just the house cracking," Sarah tried to rationalize, but her voice sounded unsure. "Sarah," Emily hesitated, "don't you think it's strange that your family never got rid of that mirror? As if something was stopping them." The question hung in the air, heavy as lead. Sarah thought of all the times her mother avoided talking about the attic, how her grandmother always kept the door locked, how no one in the family liked to go up there. "We need to find out more about what happened to Mary," Sarah decided, "and about how she got that mirror in the first place, the girls decided to visit Mary Sullivan's old house, now occupied by an elderly couple. Mrs. Peters, the current resident, greeted them with curiosity when they mentioned Mary's name. "Oh, that poor woman," sighed Mrs. Peters, pouring tea. "My husband and I found some of her things in the basement when we moved in. Letters, diaries. We never had the heart to throw them away." Sarah and Emily exchanged excited glances. Mrs. Peters went upstairs to collect the documents, leaving the girls in the old room. On the walls, several decorative mirrors reflected the afternoon light. "Don't you think there are too many mirrors in here?" Emily whispered uneasily. Before Sarah could answer, Mrs. Peters returned with a dusty box. Among the yellowed papers, they found what appeared to be Mary Sullivan's diary. The last entries were disturbing. "The mirror is calling me again, stronger and stronger. It promises to give me back my Thomas. It says I can see him on the other side. But the price is too high." Sarah felt her heart race as she read those words. Thomas was the name of the son Mary had lost. According to the diary, she had bought the mirror from a mysterious antique dealer who had shown up on her doorstep a few days after the boy's funeral. "There's something else here," Emily murmured, pulling a yellowed envelope from the bottom of the box. Inside, a black and white photograph showed Mary Sullivan standing next to the infamous mirror. But what caught the girl's attention was the reflection caught in the glass. Where Mary's image should have been, there was only a dark, distorted silhouette. The sound of breaking glass upstairs made the three women jump. Mrs. Peters went upstairs to check, leaving Sarah and Emily alone with their disturbing discoveries. "Sarah," Emily whispered, her voice trembling, "look at all those mirrors in the living room. Don't you think they look different now?" Sarah observed the reflections around her. On each mirrored surface, the shadows seemed denser, deeper than they should be. And in each of them, there was a subtle movement, as if something or someone was watching. Mrs. Peters didn't return. The minutes dragged by while Sarah and Emily remained paralyzed in the room, surrounded by increasingly disturbing reflections. The silence was absolute, except for the ticking of the antique clock on the wall. "We need to check that she's all right," Sarah whispered, slowly getting up. Emily grabbed her arm. "We mustn't separate," she replied, her eyes fixed on the mirrors that seemed to pulsate with an energy of their own. Together, they climbed the creaking staircase. In the corridor on the second floor, shards of glass glittered on the floor. One of the mirrors had shattered inexplicably, but there was no sign of Mrs. Peters. "Mrs. Peters," called Sarah, her voice trembling. No answer. In every room they checked, they found more mirrors, some covered by sheets, others exposed, all emanating an aura of malevolence that made their hearts race. "Sarah, look at this." Emily pointed to an ajar door at the end of the corridor. It was a small office, its walls covered in yellowed newspaper clippings. As they approached, they realized that they were all about mysterious disappearances over the decades. They weren't just stories, Emily muttered, studying the clippings. "It's happened before. Many times, a pattern began to emerge. Each disappearance was connected to old mirrors, and they all occurred in 7-year cycles. The last documented case was that of Mary Sullivan in 1952. Wait, Sarah calculated mentally. If the pattern continues, this year, it's the next cycle, Emily added, her face pale. A loud thud from upstairs startled them both. It was coming from the attic. Sarah held tightly to Mary's diary, which she still carried, feeling that its pages held crucial answers. Determined to find Mrs. Peters, they went up to the attic. The door was ajar, a dim light escaping through the crack. As they entered, their eyes took a while to adjust to the dimness. The attic was a labyrinth of old mirrors, all uncovered, their reflections multiplying the space infinitely. In the center, on a round table, there was an open book and a candle that had almost been consumed. It's a grimoire, Emily whispered, approaching the book. Look at these notes. They're rituals for communicating with the other side. Sarah flipped through Mary's diary, looking for connections. The last few pages revealed a frightening truth. Mary hadn't simply disappeared. She had discovered a ritual to bring her son back, using the mirrors as portals. She wasn't the first, Sarah read aloud. The mirror, it travels from person to person, promising to fulfill their deepest desires. But it's a trap. A movement in the reflections caught her eye. For an instant, all the mirrored surfaces showed the same image. A woman in a white dress, stained with blood, holding the hand of a small child. Thomas? An ethereal voice echoed through the attic. Is that you, my son? The girls slowly turned around. Mrs. Peters was standing in the doorway, but there was something wrong with her gaze. It was empty, glazed. She's possessed, Emily whispered, stepping back. No, Sarah realized. It's Mary. She's never left this house. She's in all the mirrors. The figure of Mrs. Peters advanced mechanically, her hands outstretched. I need my son. I need to complete the ritual. Sarah flipped frantically through the diary, looking for answers. The pages revealed that Mary had discovered how to use the mirrors to create a network of portals, each fed by the life energy of its victims. The mirror in your house, Emily said, understanding. It's not just a portal. It's the original. The first one. The temperature in the attic plummeted. In the reflections, shadows began to move independently, forming distorted silhouettes that contorted and reached towards them. We need to destroy it, Sarah declared, clutching the diary to her chest. It's the only way to free them all. But when they tried to move towards the door, they found that they were surrounded. In each mirror, a different version of Mary Sullivan watched them, some crying, others smiling malevolently. No one leaves, Mrs. Peters, Mary's voice echoed. Not until the ritual is complete. Sarah realized that it was no coincidence that they had found the mirror in the attic of her house, just as it was no coincidence that they were there at that moment, discovering the truth. The mirror had planned everything, patiently waiting for the right moment to complete its macabre cycle. The candle on the table flickered, casting dancing shadows across the walls. In each reflection, the images began to distort, revealing glimpses of another world, a place of darkness and despair, where lost souls wandered eternally. There's something in the diary, Emily said, flipping through the pages quickly. A counter-ritual. Mary tried to undo what she had started, but she couldn't complete it. The words were interrupted by a high-pitched scream. Mrs. Peters had collapsed, her body writhing on the floor as a dark mist emanated from her eyes and mouth. The mirrors began to vibrate, their surfaces rippling like water. Sarah and Emily found themselves at a crucial moment, surrounded by distorted reflections and a supernatural force that had waited decades for this moment. Whatever they did next would determine not only their fates, but also that of all the souls trapped between the mirror worlds. And at the center of it all, the original mirror waited in its attic, its blackened surface pulsing with an ancient and evil energy, ready to claim its next victims. Sarah gripped the diary with renewed strength, her eyes frantically scrolling through the pages as Emily tried to help Mrs. Peters. The dark mist emanating from the unconscious woman began to take shape in the air, revealing silhouettes that danced like living shadows. "Here!" exclaimed Sarah, her finger trembling over a stained page. Mary discovered that the original mirror needs to be destroyed at a specific time, when the veil between the worlds is at its thinnest. Midnight on Halloween, Emily added, understanding. Exactly when Mary disappeared. The antique clock downstairs began to chime, its chimes echoing through the house like a dark omen. It was only 2 hours to midnight. But there's more, Sarah continued reading. The ritual needs to be performed by someone who shares a connection with the mirror, someone from the lineage of one of the victims. A shiver ran down her spine as the realization hit her. Her grandmother had bought Mary's house and mirror. It was no coincidence. The mirror had chosen her family, waiting patiently for the right moment. The temperature in the attic continued to drop, and now their breaths formed little clouds in the air. In the reflections, Mary's images multiplied infinitely, some crying, others laughing, all coming closer and closer to the surface of the mirrors as if they were trying to cross them. "Sarah," Emily whispered, her voice trembling, "look at Mrs. Peters." The old woman's body began to transform, her skin acquiring an unearthly pallor. Her eyes, when they opened, were completely black. When she spoke, it was no longer her voice. "You don't understand," Mary's voice said, through her. "It's not just about my Thomas. There are so many others, so many lost souls. We need to set them free." "Free them or imprison them?" Sarah challenged, holding up the diary like a shield. "The mirror doesn't free anyone. It only consumes." A supernatural wind swept through the attic, causing the pages of the grimoire on the table to turn furiously. The flames of the candles danced violently, casting shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. Emily, who had approached the grimoire, began to read aloud. "The mirror feeds on pain and loss. The stronger the desire for reunion, the more powerful it becomes. Mary wasn't its first victim. She was just another in a long line of desperate souls." Sarah felt something tug at her mind, like a distant call. Images began to flow into her consciousness. Her grandmother, young and frightened, staring into the same mirror. Generations of women before her, all lured by the promise of reunion with lost loved ones. "We need to act now," Sarah decided, her voice finding strength. "If we wait until midnight, the mirror will be at its most powerful." "But the ritual," Emily began to protest. "We can't follow his rules," Sarah interrupted. "That's how he manipulates us. We need to do something unexpected." At that moment, Mrs. Peters, Mary stood up, her body moving unnaturally. You can't interfere. The cycle must be completed. The surfaces of the mirrors began to ripple like liquid mercury, and spectral hands emerged from them, trying to reach the girls. The air became thick with an ancient, malevolent energy. Sarah looked at the diary in her hands, then at Emily, and finally at the original mirror in her own attic, visible through the window of the neighboring house. An idea began to form in her mind, a dangerous one, but perhaps her only chance. Emily, she said, her voice low and urgent, I need you to trust me. When I tell you, run to my house and get the mirror from the attic. Bring it here. But Sarah, it's the only way. If we can gather all the mirrors, including the original one, maybe we can overload the ritual, force it to self-destruct. The shadows around them intensified, and Mary's voice echoed throughout the attic. You can't stop what's already in motion. The veil is opening, and all those who were lost will return. Sarah watched the reflections twist and turn, each surface showing a different aspect of the shadowy world beyond the glass. In some, she saw familiar faces, people who had disappeared over the years, all trapped in the limbo between worlds. Now, Emily, Sarah shouted, pushing her friend towards the door as she herself faced the possessed figure of Mrs. Peters. Chaos ensued in the attic. The mirrors vibrated with deafening frequency, their surfaces continually cracking and reconstituting themselves. The dark mist emanating from Mrs. Peters began to take on more defined forms, silhouettes of all the mirror's victims over the centuries. Sarah held Mary's diary tightly, its pages now glowing with a light of their own, as if the words written so long ago were awakening. She began to recite the counter ritual, but not as Mary had written it. She reversed it, turning the words of invocation into an incantation of banishment. Time seemed to distort as she waited for Emily to return. Each second dragged on, like hours, and the shadows around her grew denser and more threatening. The power of the mirror was growing, fueled by the approach of midnight. The battle for the salvation of the trapped souls was about to reach its climax, and Sarah knew that the next decisions would determine not only her fate, but that of all those who had been captured by the dark reflection over the years. The real test of her courage and determination was just beginning. Time seemed to compress and expand as Sarah held her position, reciting the inverted words of the ritual. The mist around her became denser and denser, and the voices of the trapped spirits echoed in a supernatural cacophony. Emily burst into the attic, carrying the original mirror with difficulty. Her face was pale and sweaty. Sarah, there's something wrong. The mirror, it's pulsating. Indeed, the surface of the mirror was emitting a reddish, pulsating glow, like an evil heart. When Emily positioned it next to the other mirrors in the attic, a wave of energy ran through all of them, making them vibrate in unison. Fools, Mary's voice thundered through Mrs. Peters. You have just completed the circle. The portal is now complete. Sarah realized her mistake too late. By bringing in the original mirror, they had inadvertently strengthened the connection between the worlds. The mirrored surfaces began to melt like wax, their shapes merging into a single, gigantic portal. Emily? The grimoire? Sarah shouted, still holding the journal. There must be something we can use. As Emily frantically flipped through the old pages, Sarah noticed something in Mary's notes that she hadn't seen before. Among the IFE's smudges and scribbles, there was a pattern, a repeating symbol, always drawn with what looked like dried blood. The blood is the key, Sarah murmured, understanding. It's not about destroying the mirrors. It's about breaking the bond. Mrs. Peters's figure began to twitch unnaturally, her body arching at impossible angles. The mist that enveloped her took the definitive form of Mary Sullivan, but not as the desperate woman who had disappeared decades ago. This was a corrupted version, her black eyes like bottomless pits, and her white dress stained dark red. So many years, the apparition spoke, her voice reverberating throughout the attic. So many souls collected, and now, finally, the ritual can be completed. The clock began to chime, announcing the approach of midnight. Each chime made the mirrors pulse more strongly, and spectral figures began to emerge from the liquid surfaces, all the victims of the mirror over the centuries. Sarah looked at Emily, who still held the grimoire, and then at the diary in her own hands. In a moment of clarity, she understood what needed to be done. Emily, she called out, her voice firm despite her fear. Remember when we were children and we made that blood pact? We need to do it again. Now. Emily understood immediately. Together, they cut their palms with a piece of broken glass, their blood mixing. Sarah began to recite the counter ritual again, but this time, Emily joined her, their voices intertwining in perfect harmony. The girl's blood dripped onto the pages of the diary and the grimoire, and something extraordinary happened. The written words began to glow with a golden light, and a wave of pure energy emanated from the books, colliding with the spectral mist. Mary screamed, a sound that didn't belong in this world. No, what have you done? We broke the circle, Sarah replied, feeling an ancient force flow through her, not with hatred or revenge, but with love and sacrifice. The portal began to destabilize, the mirrors cracking one after the other. The trapped souls began to free themselves, no longer corrupted by the evil power of the mirror, but purified by the girl's blood sacrifice. Mary's spectral form began to change, the darkness in her eyes giving way to a light of understanding. For a moment, Sarah saw the woman she had really been, a mother devastated by loss, manipulated by an ancient force that fed on her pain. Thomas? Mary called out, her voice now soft and clear. A small luminous figure emerged from the fragments of the mirrors, the spirit of her son, finally free from his spectral prison. Mama, the child's voice echoed through the attic, and Mary stretched out her arms, tears of joy streaming down her ethereal face. The final stroke of midnight rang out as mother and child were reunited in a luminous embrace. A wave of golden light exploded from the point of contact, sweeping through the attic and shattering all the mirrors simultaneously. Sarah and Emily hugged each other, shielding themselves from the rain of broken glass. When the light dimmed, they found Mrs. Peters unconscious, but breathing normally. The mirrors were shattered, their surfaces reduced to glittering dust that floated in the air like tiny stars. On the floor, among the shards, Mary's diary and the grimoire had turned to ash. their function fulfilled. The cycle of horror that had lasted for generations was finally broken. In the days that followed, Sarah and Emily discovered that all the old mirrors in the city had shattered that night. People reported visions of golden lights and feelings of inexplicable peace. Gradually, the stories of the mysterious disappearances were forgotten, like nightmares that fade with the sunrise. Mrs. Peters didn't remember what had happened, but her face carried a serenity that hadn't been there before. As for the attic of Sarah's house, it had been transformed into an ordinary room, full of light and free of the shadows that had inhabited it for so long. The girls kept their secret, but the small scars on their palms remained as a reminder of the power of sacrifice and true friendship. Sometimes, on particularly dark nights, they swore they saw golden reflections in the corner of their eyes, no longer a sign of terror, but a reminder that even in the deepest shadows, the light of love and courage can find its way through. And somewhere, beyond the veil between the worlds, a mother and her son finally found the peace they had sought for so long, free from the spectral chains that had kept them trapped in a dark reflection for generations.